Kamau, Anita Julius Kamau, if I forget him. And I'll go to Julius for this reason. Today he was arrested. I did not even post and acknowledge that he was arrested. And I always like to acknowledge this man because he was a hawker in the streets of Nairobi. And even when he started going to the streets in 2023 because of the njaa, ODM would try and get him and wamlipie atoke jela because they wanted him to be their hero. But he went, and every time he had a message saying poverty is a manufactured poverty, blah blah blah, and he does it alone. He goes anasimama pale kwa ile whatever Kikamba imenizidi, the monument of Dedan Kimathi. He stands there. Even weekdays you'll find Julius Kamau there himself fighting for the liberation of his country and of the continent. When Bob Njagi was missing, it was Julius Kamau, a lone ranger. So each of us in our lone ranger, in our Julius Kamau moment, we either have it or we don't have it. And we are going to be like Julius Kamau, who goes to the streets of Nairobi without unrelenting. Mwiseme tunaenda leo sijui tuna commemorate the fallen soldiers, mkue mnavaa t-shirt, amvai t-shirt, Julius Kamau goes. And that's why for me he's an unsung hero. And the last thing about Julius Kamau is that he was trained by some people who are in social justice about fighting for his right as an oka when they used to be picked and thrown in those vehicles, and a lot of his friends died and he survived. The same way we are fighting for liberation of this country, and a lot of people have died and some of you have remained. So I don't know if I make sense in what I'm submitting to say. I'm just saying in enlightenment, it does not have a lot of explanation. We come here and say, so did we Adani done 5? Yet we have Shisha, we still have bodies that have not been buried in this country. And you people, you're refusing to forget you're Africans. As Africans, we honor the dead. Even Muzungu akipoteza, there's a Muzungu called Ward who died in Kenya. It was alleged that he was killed by the family of one Moi. And that man for 37 years is still seeking for justice. He just wants to know who killed his daughter. The same way, all these families that have not buried their children, the 26 missing Kenyans, those families, you have no idea the power of those families. Story mingi siwezi maliza leo, but I'm just saying there's a spiritual element of it, and I'm not talking about spiritual in the Christianity sense of it. It's just that the laws of society, the laws for survival, that you can only do so much wrong, and it is always the innocent, the clueless, the Julius Kamaus, the children. Hawana masomo mingi ati they can sit here in space and argue with us for hours, but atakuja town on that day, kuna maandamano, atashikwa, atafunguliwa ndani. So let's stop competing for attention in terms of notice me, I'm fighting for my country. You will fight for your country, and one day we'll sit down and discuss, because when we are saying let's have a party, let's look for this person, we do not know what the future holds. But all we know in our hearts, of our hearts, is that 1, our airports are not supposed to be given away. 2, we are not supposed to have a medical scheme that costs us billions, and yet people are dying. And so the people who died because they could not get medical care, hiyo damu lazima ilipiwe. People who died on 25th, hiyo damu lazima ilipiwe. The hidden deaths that some of us know about, and we cannot come here to talk about them because tutashikwa na tutaambua, well, let's prove. There's a lot of bloodshed that is in this country right now. And so when Raymond is coming in and giving us, no, Raymond, I usually see you and I respect you. It's just that when we now trivialize the human life to extent that we want to talk about people who we want to compare even Kenya with Uganda and Tanzania, hapana. The life of Rex Masai, the life of Baby Pendo, which was my turning point, and Mora, Rex Masai was what radicalized me, and I said I would rather die than my daughter dies in the streets fighting for this country. So let's sleep better today knowing there's a force that is fighting for us that is greater than us. We don't know what we are doing. Every day we come and have conversation. We don't know if anyone is listening to us. When we are arguing about Twende kwa street, and my last one, Koina, I swear, in your wisho. Every time there's a call to go to the streets, someone comes up very courageous, shujaa wa Kenya, anasema kesho tunaenda kwa streets. People come to the streets. I know August, nane people came to the streets. I know 20th of October, people came to the streets because I was there. Nane I was there. The reason why we are not seeing people coming to the streets like June is because the voice that is calling us to the streets do not have it. It's a gift that you're given to be a freedom fighter. You don't call it on yourself. So if whatever you're given as a gift, kama we ni artist, kama nonini, just concentrate on that one. Don't even compete. Don't even look for someone to join you. Somehow, your effort, no matter how little, hii mikono yote ni kama nimeongea kitu haijafurahisha, and I don't care. I just want to say I commend everyone who has fought for their country, and I give you more courage, more power to you. Keep fighting for your country. We are not here for competition. We are not here for popularity. We are not here for how many maandamanos you've gone for. Maybe you'll never even been to maandamano, but your day will come, because some say this is not a marathon, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. I've always said this is a relay. Some people are going to give the baton to others. Kuna wengine wamepewa taji, kuna wengine wamepewa medals. Hatujafika hiyo part ya medals yet. Kenya has to be free. We are living in very wicked times. Kenya has to be free. We are oppressed. Our young people have no chances in this country. Some of us lived in a Kenya where we got jobs, we refused jobs, we were offered 3 jobs, and some of you will come and tell me, but that was a different Kenya. We were not, the population was not high, but the taxes were not as much as that. So the taxes that are being collected in this country can keep each of us. I am tired of a begging nation where every day my phone is ringing, mtu ananiomba 100 bob, sijakula, mtu anakunyanga ARV, hajakula siku 3, nimtafutie mia. I am tired. I just want the rights of Kenyans to be honored. Haki yetu, pesa yetu, na ile yote wameiba, wati mna cancel Adani, ile yote imeibiwa. One day I will see a president of Kenya in a court like the president of Peru. Ladies and gentlemen, for all those people who give me audience when I come to spaces, for those who attend my spaces, for those who speak at my spaces, God bless Kenya. We shall be free. Asante.
Asante sana Redemptor. First thing, you almost lost me somewhere when you said, I don't know if I'm making sense. I was like, if you don't know if you're making sense, now how will we know that you're making sense? But that's not the point. Number 2, hata mimi nitumie kamia hapo ni sijakula. Number 3, I have a question for you, and I hope it can be answered before 0046. That is in 1 minute, please. Don't drag it. My question is, what do you think, if we lose this war, if we lose to this man in the elections, what is our contingency plan? What next for us if we lose? Do we come here bickering on the space every single day? What way? Because we must have another plan. So assuming we've lost to him, don't say we cannot, because this is politics, we can. So if we do, what is our contingency plan? Please, 0047, because tumeingia 0046.
Oh, you're asking me and you want me to answer in half a minute?
In a minute,
yeah, in a minute. Okay, so a lot of young people did not experience 2002, and so they do not know when the wave is so strong, and so you're thinking manipulation, IBC, you're overthinking because you are Kenyans overthinking. The last thing I'll say, this man wins and he continues. Of course, he's already having a rough time. The bishops have spoken, the Gen Z have spoken, all this strategy has spoken. We will lose because we are not listening to the voices that have been picked to save this nation. We are going for the popularity. We are following the people with many followers. And the last thing I say, the bloodshed in this country, I'll repeat, we cannot lose if we unite. We can only lose if we get our own cocoons. 2027 iko mbali, let's live one day at a time. We've already shaken a lot of things. I was speaking to Kivuta Kibwana, someone has quoted him a week ago, and I asked him, please tell me what moment we are going through. Are we in 1982 when we got our second liberation? Where are we? And he said we are in Mau Mau. And so Mau Mau means it's that bad. The need for liberation is that big. I do not know how it's going to turn out, but I just know if we continue listening to our hearts and to each other without judging each other, without competing, 2027 sijui itafika ikiwa inakaaje. Tushaona dalili. I just stay positive that people didn't die so that the old groups can come back and regroup. I don't want to say too much. I know too much, but I don't want to say too much. I just know it's a moment in history and the tide is changing and Kenya will be free.
Aya, asante Redemptor. Umejaribu.
Najua sijakujibu vile unataka. Tukikutana nipigie simu one of these days, I'll tell you now. Prophetically, I'll tell you. In this forum, I can't tell you, but I just know this man is a one-term president. That's all I know.
Tuma kakitu kwanza. Simu hazipigwi tu hivyo. Hey, anyway. Nothing, you can take over for a minute. I want to do something for a minute, then I'll come back. You can go to Samuel. He has been here for ages. Then maybe Mzalendo kama ako around.
Wait, I want to ask Redemptor.
Thank you. Oh, who's speaking?
I have a question for Redemptor.
Okay.
I've heard you talk and how articulate you are and the passion on a Friday night when you should be out hanging out. So my first question, my only question is, why are you here? And why is it that you're
how do you know she hangs out? How do you
know, at this particular time she should be out like other youth, but look, you're here with us. So why are you here and other people are there out having fun? Why is this happening like this? It goes to me, it goes to Kowino, it goes to everyone on the platform. Why are we here and others are not?
Okay, so back to the question of radicalization, whichever way you want to interpret it, when you get sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm here because in 2023, I set out to investigate the murder of the massacre of 400 Kenyans in Shakahola. And at one point, I was summoned by the DCI. They wanted to know who I was. And then the young people came and they were killed, and they were willing to put their lives out there to fight for their country. And I decided I'm not going to fight for social justice in private. I'm going to speak out. So a lot of people who are here, there's something that makes them not sleep well at night because they want to see a different Kenya. A lot of Kenyans have died. We don't have the numbers, but that's just an example that 400 and something could even be 1,000 people have never been buried to death. Then Quarry happened. Then 2020, June 2025. So I'm here because I cannot live in a country where people just die, so that people can be in power.
Thank you,
Kowino, you have forgotten me, bro.
I'm coming to you.
Let me say why I asked. Redemptor, you said we don't have to know much and what. Let me tell you, people have lived this life. 2,400 years ago, someone said why you're here. He said we are born in 4 groups. Me and you are argumentative. Some people are not. 9% of us are argumentative and are good for leadership positions, are good for creating companies. We are not so good at the top per se. We're executors of things. That 9% is the problem. Africa is down because that 9% is not in action. It's only talking with the 91%. So I believe we should be in action beyond the conversations and build actual engines. So if we don't want Ruto, we mobilize each other and build cartels, whatever. We have been talking about cartels and so on. Yes, that's how they begin. People identify talent that, hey, Raymond is like me, and then we do things because we're able to mobilize on this.
Raymond, I'll finish by saying you're giving a very big percentage. I started by giving you an example of someone like Tupac. I gave you the example of Thomas Sankara. It's not about numbers. It's not about the percentage. It's the critical mass. Even the people in this forum are enough to change the destiny of this country. Because every day we are figuring out what is our problem. I'll give you an example. The other day when the president went to Kayole and he gave 5 million, there was jubilation and the church, the mostly women in the choir clapped. Why would women in a choir clap when they believe God gives miracles and all they need is a concrete building? So don't look at numbers. I know I'm not here to argue. I'm not arguing. I actually believe I'm a freedom fighter, and that's why I'm here. And a lot of people who are here are curious, some are frustrated, but a very small critical mass are freedom fighters. My final submission. Asante. Let's not do back and forth because there are other people who want to speak. I can still see hands are up. I've done my submission. I do not have the answers of how Kenya will get out of this, but we will get out of this because I am a 50-year-old woman. I have never seen this kind of suffering in my country. For the years I've been, I'm more than 50 years. I'm 54 years old. And I was alive when Kenyatta was a president. I've seen all the presidents of this country. What we are living through, we have never experienced in this country. Asante.
Thank you very much, Redemptor. That was very well articulated. I stand with you on the matter you said that the people who've not been buried, there's a spiritual angle to that. And a case in point was the girl who was murdered and dumped at Kware, and she appeared in the dream of her family members to say, I need a decent burial. And it's very sad because the government should be on the forefront to make sure that families get closure. Because when there's no closure, it becomes a very complicated grief and a lifetime of trauma. So yes, I think as we even pursue other angles, we also need to find justice for those families. Another thing, I agree with you. This is a one-time regime. I've said for the longest that we're in a spiritual battle, and this battle cannot be won from one angle. I think our biggest victory will be spiritual. And I've been on spaces, and there are people who quite get it, and then there's a different breed that is not quite sure. But yes, I resonate. I came in after you had done a bit of your submission, but yes, I resonate with that. And then there's the issue of education. I'm persuading Kenyans, please accept that what they have pushed people through as formal education is not necessarily a higher level of intelligence. There are people who have not even tertiary education and are very brilliant, and they're the solution that we need. So I say that because I don't want someone to feel like just because others have college degrees and stuff, they are less important. There is a role for everybody. And that is a country we want to discover, a country that will see the value of every individual, every citizen, not just aligning with, oh, you went to this particular group of school or you have this level of education. There are people who their parents are even more smart than them. They were just never given the opportunity and probably never went to school. So I thank you. I thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify. Samuel, Kowino has stepped for a few minutes, but Samuel, I think the mic is yours.
Asante kwa nafasi hii, nafikiri mnanisikia vizuri.
Naam.
Asante. Kwanza nitashukuru kwa sababu ya toka nijiunge na hii platform, naona kuna mambo mengi huwa najifundisha kila uchao, na ni mambo ambayo yananitia moyo, na ni mambo ambayo yananipatia kuniweka kuwa more strong sana. Pili, ningependa kumpongeza huyu kijana ambaye ameongea hapa, kijana Raymond. Nafikiri submission zake zimekuwa pia za msingi na za muhimu, ambazo personal I appreciate him, and Mungu pia kuzidi kukubariki kwa hizo hoja zako ambazo umetupatia, na uzidi kujiunga na sisi ili tuzidi kusikia hoja zako nzuri na zitusaidie. Jambo lingine ambalo ningependa kuliongea, nataka kuongea kuhusiana na huu moja ambao tuko nao katika hii platform. Huu moja ambao tuko nao na hii idadi ambao tuko katika hii platform ni idadi nzuri ambayo ukweli kabisa inaweza kuleta marekebisho katika taifa letu la Kenya. Na ikumbukwe ya kuwa taifa letu la Kenya ambapo sasa tunaishi katika msimu ambao mambo mengi yameharibika na mambo mengi yameenda mrama. Tunaishi katika wakati ambapo afya hakuna matibabu mazuri hospitalini, wazazi wanaaga dunia kwa kuzaa, watu wanakosa, mtu hata akipata accident sahii mambo ni matatizo ni mengi. Tunaishi katika taifa sahihi ambayo elimu pia imeanza kuwa attacked. Shuleni, university, walimu wanagoma kwa sababu ya kukosa mishahara mizuri. Tunaishi katika nchi ambayo sahihi hata judiciary zimeshikwa. Tunaishi nchi ambayo haina uhuru. Uhuru wake umepotea. Uhuru wake umeangamia. Na ni nani huyu ambaye amepoteza huo uhuru? Na sheria iko, lakini katiba iko, lakini mwenye amechukua ulinzi wa alinde hiyo katiba, yeye ndiye anayeongoza katika kutunyanyasa na kuiweka nchi yetu katika hali ya kuumiza wananchi wake. Basi katika hiyo katiba, nafikiri katiba katika muundo wake vizuri, tunapoiangalia iliundwa na pia ilizingatia hata vipengele kutokana kwa Biblia, kutokana kwa Quran, vitu kama hivyo. Ilikuwa muigo wa Biblia na Qurani na vitu na mambo kadha wa kadha. Nataka nitoe mfano wa kwenye Biblia, ambapo kwa sababu mimi ni mtu naenda kanisani, so nitatoa mfano kwa Biblia ili pia ni encourage some of us ya kuwa kuna wakati historia in the gospel, books of gospel, that is Luke, kuna wakati Yesu Kristo wakati alipokuwa anataka aingizwe katika mikono ya Farao na Pilato akasulubishwe, kuna mahali ambapo alifika wakati wananchi ama wale watu walikuwa wanapiga makelele, wanajaribu kutoa sauti zao wakisema ya kuwa tunataka Yesu asulubishwe lakini Barnaba achiliwe. Hizo sauti ambazo walizokuwa wakipiga ilimfanyisha yule kiongozi wa hizo nyakati asikilize zile sauti na aseme, basi nimewasikia, na kwa sababu kwa sauti zenu basi wacha hilo mmelitaka lifanyike. Point ambayo nataka kuidrive kwa hilo ambalo nimeliongea ni kuwa sauti za watu huwa ziko juu. Hapa tunapolia hivi na tunapopaza sauti hivi, hizo sauti zetu ziko na nguvu na ziko na uwezo wa kuwa zinaweza zikabadilisha mambo, licha ya kuwa yule ambaye ni abadilishe either atasikia ama hatasikia. Lakini sauti ambazo tutazitoa kwa kauli moja, kwa nguvu moja na kwa utaratibu mzuri, hizo sauti zitatoa mtu. Haiwezekani Redemptor aote kidole kwa mtu fulani, Samuel aote kidole the same person, Raymond aote kidole kwa the same person, lakini huyo mtu tunayemuota kidole iwe hana makosa. Kwa nini sisi watu 10 tumuote huyo mtu mmoja kwa yeye kuna makosa? Lazima yue na makosa, lakini yeye mwenyewe hataki kuidentify hayo makosa. Wakenya wengi sasa tunalia, hakuna hata mahali utaenda. Mimi natoka Kilifi County, natoka sub county ya Ganze sub county. Tena ukienda kwa ward, mimi natoka Jaribuni ward. As I'm talking, kuna watu ambao sasa tunavyoongea, hata ukiuliza, hata mtoto mdogo mwenyewe ukimuuliza anything about anything, kwa nini yani ukimuuliza kitu yote kuhusiana na maisha atakwambia Ruto, yani ukimtambia anything usay anamtaja Ruto. Yani kwa akili yake hata yeye mwenyewe anashangaa what is happening. Na huyo ni mtoto mdogo, anakuwa kwa sababu technology sasa iko juu, anaangalia kwa runinga, anaangalia vile mambo yanavyoendelea, anaangalia mzazi wake leo ameshindwa kuleta chakula. Kwa nini ameshindwa kuleta chakula? Amelala njaa. Kwa nini amelala njaa? Sababu amelala njaa ni kuwa maisha yamebadilika. Na sasa akisikia maisha yamebadilika, anajua nani ameyabadilisha. Mwenye amebadilisha ni huyo kiongozi ambaye sasa hataki kusikia mtu yoyote, yajifanyisha yeye anajua. Nataka ni encourage ndugu zangu ya kuwa hakuna kitu hakiwezekani. Hakuna kitu hakiwezekani. Kila jambo ambalo, kila mahali kwenye nia hapakosi kuwa na njia. ijapokuwa kutakuwa na ugumu fulani ya kuwa tunataka tumebadilisha nchi yetu ikuwe nadhifu. Ndio kuna changamoto za hapa na pale, kama vile tunaona watu wanakuwa abducted, wakati unaona mtu anaongea anafatwa, anafinywa, watu wanauawa. Hizo ni challenges. It's better basi ni kufe ama mtu apoteze maisha, ni kwa sababu anaipigania haki yake. Mungu atahifadhi roho yake mahali pema, kuliko sasa wewe uendelee kuishi maisha ambayo ni ya kuteseka na haina mwelekeo wowote. Itakuwa ni maisha ambayo sasa hakuna mwangaza. Inatakana tusimame, na nataka nimalize hapo mbele, ambapo our topic of today ilikuwa inasema now which way, ni njia gani utafuata sasa tunapokaribia mwaka 2027, tufanye nini? Kuna mspika mwingine ameongea hapa, nafikiri hiyo point ambayo ameongea nilikuwa na support 100%. Alikuwa anasema sasa inatakana ni kweli sasa sisi wenyewe zile strategies ambazo tunaziweka, kwa sababu hapa tuko na vitu ambavyo yani tuko very sharp, tunajua kuongea. Kuna watu wanajua kuongea hapa, kuna watu wamesoma, kuna watu ambao wanajua kustudy politics, kuna watu wanajua kustudy economic, kuna watu wanajua, yani kuna watu katika hii group na wengine hata hawako kwa hii group, but they are youth or they are ready to bring kuleta nchi yetu katika msingi ambao ni mzuri, but strategies ndio zinatusumbua. That is the truth. Strategies ndio zinatusumbua. Hata ile last time tulipokuwa katika maandamano tulikuwa na strategies, tulikuwa na maandamano, lakini tulikosa kuwa na strategies. Baada ya maandamano, what next? Hapo ndio tulikosa kufanya. Tutafanya nini? We don't want Ruto. Yes, hatumtaki Ruto, but whom do we want? Hasa Ruto tumetaka, hatumtaki. Sasa tunaelekea kwa uchaguzi. Uchaguzi ukifika 2027. Je, sisi wenyewe tukijiuliza hapa, ni vijana wangapi wako na kura? Mimi nimesema natoka Ganze sub county Jaribuni ward. Kuna vijana wengi ambao hata sasa tunavyoongea hawana kura, but wakianza kuongea hawataki Ruto, wanaweza hata wanaweza kujitokezea kabisa, hatutaki Ruto. But ukiuliza nani na nani ambaye hana kura, ambaye ako na kura, ambaye anataka sasa tukienda kwa debe tumtoe huyu Ruto, unapata wote wanarudi nyuma. Unapata mwingine ako nayo kura, lakini anasema hata sioni muhimu wa kupiga kura, kwa sababu baadaye ninapopiga kura uizi unaingia hapo katikati. Sasa strategies hizi za vijana tunasema hapo 2027 tunapoenda tutafanya nini? Kuna watu hawana kura, wapate kura. Tayari tumepata ushindi. Tutafanya nini wapate kura? Tuwahamasishe waone ule muhimu wa kupiga kura. Hiyo ni strategies ambazo tunaziweka na tunasimama na hizo. Second, tunasema ya kuwa watu wapate kura na wapige kura, waone ule muhimu wa kupiga kura, watapiga kura aje. Another thing, wapige kura wampigie nani? Hapo ndio huwa kunakuwa na matatizo sana. Hata sasa hivi kunakuwa na matatizo, kwa sababu hata sasa hivi tukisema tukiulizana hapa 2027 tuseme ni kesho 2027 kura ni kesho ama ni wiki ijayo ndo tunapiga kura. Nani ambaye tumemuona tunajua as youth, let us submit this person atusimamie, ama tumemuona katika strategy zake na tumeona agenda zake ni nzuri ambazo zitatufanya sisi tumkubali na atuongoze, na tumpatie viapo ama tumweke katika mikakati na zile tunavyotaka sisi, ili tumjenge aende kule mbele atuongoze. Ni nani? Tukiongea hilo swala tunaongea na bado tunaanza sasa, we don't get the person, and let us remember we are fighting or we are trying to tackle someone ambaye amekaa kwa sasa for a long. We are trying to tackle a person ambaye he has got strategies, more strategies. Kama mwenzangu another speaker amesema alijua what we are planning and he decided to plan more than how we was planning. Aka strategize more than what we was strategy. So yeye anajua 2027 anataka arudi kwa kiti. Sisi tunajua hataingia kwa kiti. Hataingia kwa kiti kivipi? Nao hapo ndio tuamke hapo. I know Ruto is one term, he's serving one term. I know that. But who will be the next president of Kenya? Who will be next? Will he be a youth, or will he be a yani mtu yote? And who will be the president? That is the question we need to ask ourselves, and we need to be tuongee vitu vya ukweli na vile ambavyo viko katika hali, kwa sababu ukweli kabisa tunavyojua kuwa we are really suffering. Yes, we are suffering, but who will the president? Tunaona hata upinzani walikuwa tunajua ni upinzani, wote wamechukuliwa, wote wamemezwa, wameingia kwa hiyo serikali. Huyu mtu strategize, amejua these people, let me swallow them, amewaswalo, amewakamata. Sisi ndio tuko hapa kama vijana. Kunao vijana wengine hata tunavyoongea wamemezwa na wakaingia katika mtego wa serikali. Tulikuwa tunawategemea, lakini wakaja wakamezwa. As we are talking, before 2027 kuna wengine nao wataendelea kumezwa katikati yetu, wataendelea kurudi katika ule katika upande wa Ruto. So we need to strategize and know exactly what we need as youth. Thank you and God bless you.
Shukran sana Samuel, umetufunza vitu kadhaa ambazo tunafaa kuvitilia maanani. Kulikuwa na space ambaye wadada fulani walikuwa wanaongelea kuhusu adopting watu ambao hawana vitambulisho wakati ukiwadia, kwa sababu kwa sasa tatizo ambalo tuko nalo ni IBC wanasema they don't have a budget to register new voters, na hapo ndipo tuko na challenge. Lakini ukiangalia vita ambaye watu wamepigana mpaka tumefikia mahali Adani na deals zake na vile walikuwa wanatulazimisha, ilikuwa hatuna, we had no option, we had to take King Adani like a drug. But to see that wall fall down, I know there's a spiritual angle to it. Alafu pia ushindi wa Trump na uhakika kabisa they're going to start towing the line, and so nilikuwa nadhania, that is just my opinion, we need to advocate against Bill Gates kwa sababu kuna tatizo hapo, and then IEBC we need to pursue that ili badala ya kujishuku, kwa sababu nimeona space wameandika which way 2027. Badala ya kujishuku, itawezekana kumuondoa, kwa sababu there are those numbers ambazo watu wakijitokeza itakuwa ni vigumu kuiba what is it called, the election. But yeah, we need to look into advocating for IBC now that finally kanisa wanaongea, kila mtu anaongea. Hakuna mimi kwanza kitu kimenistajabisha, wamekuwa watu wa kiburi kwa muda mrefu sana, lakini nimeona video fulani, mimi huwa siangalii kabisa news, nimeona video fulani ni kama hao watu wameanza kunyenyekea na kwa kuomba msamaha. Si eti ninawadhamini, kumaanisha even their apology simply means they've been cornered. But that tells you that as Kenyans, you've achieved a lot. Another area I can encourage you on, I tell Kenyans, a couple of months ago, we were not freedom fighters. We just found ourselves trying to do our best. And so it is okay not to know what to do. It is okay not to be unsure, to make mistakes. We just need to be tolerant. What is prudent is that we remember that we want a better Kenya for all of us. I thank you very much, Samuel. I hope you're doing civic education, and it's true. Hata watoto wachanga kabisa wanamkataa, wanamlaumu kwa vitu vingi. So we're heading in the right direction. I think I'm going to give, I'm not quite sure what was the order, but I'm going to give Anthony. Anthony tumekuwa naye kuanzia tumekuwa kwa space kuanzia jana.
Unaweza patia general amekaa sana pia, then San, but before you give them, nilikuwa nataka kuambia Samuel, I agree with the things you said, but I just wanted to tell you that the fact that hatutaki Ruto ama hatuna an already preferred candidate Haimaanishi sasa tunafaa tu to stick to Ruto because we don't have an already preferred candidate. Candidate atakuja tu, tutapata tu mtu mwenye tuna prefer, but hezi fanya tuseme sasa Ruto is an option because we don't have an already preferred candidate. Sheria bwana, angalia bwana, hata nyinyi wote hamna watu, mko space saa hii saa 7 usiku. Ungekuwa mko na watu, hii serikali ingekuwa inafanya kazi vizuri. Anyway, nothing endelea.
Shukran, Koino, and thank you. He's done a good job. I'm not that gifted in running a space, but today's space, I don't know, Daktari ameondoka. Tumekuwa na wakati mzuri. I have to give it to General China, and then I'll come back to Anthony. Anthony, we've been here from, was it 11 o'clock of Thursday morning. General China, wakati ni wako.
Okay, so thank you very much for the chance you have given me. First of all, one thing I will appreciate, my brother educated me. My brother Escoino, there's a time he educated me that before we move on na hiyo radicalization na hiyo moto tuko nayo, we need to retreat, we reorganize ourselves. And that is what I'm standing for today, that we need to retreat. And this one comes because this is the maandamano yenye pia niliamka nikaenda leo.
General.
Yesterday it was mobilized, like me nilidhani the whole country watakuwa town. I found myself in this.
General, sorry. You'll have your time.
Subiri Koino, I know where you're going. Let him continue. Let's continue. We want to see your
I just wanted to ask him.
Yes, Koino.
Wacha nikunywe kidogo ndio. Umesema umetoka ile pande inaniitanga watu wa ODM. Umesema sasa umeanza kuona sense. I like that anyway. On a lighter note, go ahead, General. Go ahead.
So I'm someone who always learn. Unajua ile time bado we were being run by emotions, and you know what emotions can do. So I'm sticking to that because today I've gone to town 3 times. The first time I went to town, I found nikaona ni kama it is not today, maybe it is another Thursday. Mimi ndo nimekuwa na kierere nikakuja. Nikiwa kwa gari, kama niko kwa gari, I'm coming back to Ngong, nika watch video ingine ya Mutembe TV. Kumbe Mutembe anachezesha video ya maandamano iliyopita kitabu. Mimi nikaona nimetoka hivi, kumbe kumechemka nyuma yangu. I had to go back again. Nikatembea every place that I've gone to. Upati mtu, the only people who are there in the town were police, who are very heavily armed, with no presence of human being mwenye hata anajaribu kuzusha ama kuleta shida. Nikasema, okay, maybe I'm early again. Let me go, ni retreat kidogo. Ruto anaongea saa 8 na mimi nimekuja mapema. Bado ni kierere zangu. I had to go, hata kabla nifike Karen, the same thing happened. Then I came back. Hapo ndo nilienda nikakaa Ambassador. Kama uliona Ambassador, kama watu waliweka live, kuna mzee alikaa hapo na bango kubwa. Then I started thinking about revolution and my life. And where are we heading to? That's why I'm saying that this revolution, we must retreat. The first thing, we must agree that we went to war. Even soldiers go to war. Wakifika kwa mountain top, vita naweza pigana hapo for like 1 hour. Then ikiumana sana, you go back, you re-strategize. So that's what I'm standing for. We all know, we have already diagnosed the problem. We have known that we have a patient, and this patient, we have all recommended that this patient is going for a procedure. A simple procedure like, let's say, open heart surgery. This our patient is going for an open heart surgery. Let us all go back to the drawing board. The patient is supposed to go for open heart surgery, and he also has some kidney complications. So we have to go back, all of us, the Gen Zs, the millennials, the Gen X, mpaka alphas will be included. The young people also must be included. The small people, the children also must be included in this. Then, because we have the diagnosis, I want us to agree, like if we get to the theater room, who are the people who are going to conduct this surgery? Which people are going to be assisting the people who are conducting the surgery? And who is going to make sure that the theater room is clean, sterilization is maintained. That is now the point we are going to, because this revolution, me, I'm telling you for the truth, hii revolution tunapiga sahi, we are just fighting for people who are fighting for political space. And we have known that from the past. Watu waliitumia, sahi unaona mpaka wengine wameunda vyama zao and they are commanding. Na hata ilikuwa so unfortunate, jana maandamano ilikuwa inaitwa, but with them they were telling people that their chama, their people are not going. So it means hapa watu wamekuwa na interest, and it is high time we come back to the drawing board, we sit down, tuone like this our patient, as amesign consent already is going for the procedure. What are we going to do? Are we going, which type of anesthesia are we going to put on this patient? Which kind of medications are we going to put on this patient? It is very, very important. Very, very important. So that if we get into theater room, we do a procedure which will be very, very successful, and our patient will leave the theater room and be escorted at the ICU, alive and kicking. And that is what we must stand for. And we know our patient is this one man, William Ruto. I agree also, it's not foolish, as we always think. It's not also dumb, as we always think. This is a smart guy who was able to outshine, like he outshined the entire government to get into a government. So because he's in the government, he is setting up his roots. So because he's setting up his roots, we must be very, very sharp. We must be very, very focused, and we must be very, very objective. Tujue ni tukianza kufanyia huyu jamaa surgery, huyu jamaa ni mkora, tunaweza fungua roho hivi amke atoke mbio. Ni mtu mtriki sana. So we must be very, very cautious with this guy. So we have to sit down, we make strategies. Like first strategy, like tunaenda kusupport nani in this. After getting someone who will support yenye watutaki kusema sahi, because it is too early. It is too early. Tutajua ni nani, and time is coming, and our good God also will supply us with a good leader. So we think that huyu jamaa, we are taking him to the surgery. Like, how are we going to handle this surgery? So that we make sure that we come out of it successful. Because if we mess, we will come back again to spaces here, yelling, crying left, right, left, and center. So me, I'm requesting each and everyone. Yes, revolution is always a long way. I have agreed. Leo ndio nimekuja kujua, si kitu yenye unaweza amka tu leo na unasema inaenda kufanyika. Mi leo nilikuwa nimeweka status yangu ya WhatsApp, nilikuwa nimeambia watu, ukiniona kwa bedroom ya Charlene, usinipigie simu, nitakuwa nishaomoka. It doesn't happen like that. It is a gradual process, yenye naenda pole pole, and it requires people to come together, people to share minds, people to share ideas, and people to come up with one common goal, that this is the thing that we are going to achieve. Lakini yetu tunaenda nayo, tutashtuka tumepeleka patient surgery ya open heart, tushtuke group ingine imefanyia patient craniotomy, amefunguliwa kichwa, wamekagua ubongo yote, na patient tunafaa tumfungue roho, tutengeneze roho. I hope everyone is understanding that fact. I'm putting it in a medical term, they at least ieleweke what I'm driving at. If we don't do that, brothers and sisters, it is very evident, very, very evident that we will be on the same grounds. Unaona hapa penye tuko, we will be here again in 2027. September 5, we will be here with Christ, with the must go. Sisi tutakuwa tunasemanga tu must go, must go, must go, must go, because we are not strategized. So we must just retreat. We go to those who are doing civic education, you continue with that. Those who are mobilizing guys to take votes, the young people, most of them venye mesemekana hapa hawapigangi kura, they don't vote. The mess that was brought in this country is that young people don't vote. They don't take part in in active voting. It's the parents that always do it. The adults are the ones that always do it, and you know how they make their decisions there. So because this is our time, my friends, I'm saying, and I'm hinting today, I'm saying, you mark me. If we are not united, tunarudi hapa penye tuko ndio tutarudi kulia, tutarudi kutoana lawama, mara wewe hukufanya hii, mara wewe ulikimbia left, mara wewe ulikimbia ref. I'm telling you for fact, the person we are dealing with, it is approved. Kama jana tungekuwa na space mpaka saa 9 usiku and wenye walikuwa town were less than 100, it is a very bad indication that what we are doing ni kitu ya mtu kujifurahisha nayo ama mtu anataka mileage nayo, and that one cannot happen under our watch. People who believe in revolution, me in my entire life I always believe in revolution. That is why you see me calling myself General China. General China was the deputy of who alikuwa the second in command in Mau Mau, alikuwa anaitwa General China. So because my yes, so that's why I derived the name, and everything I always do, I do it revolutionary. That's why in 2017, when I got into politics, a very young man, even before joining campus, when I joined as Azimio, the Raila NASA, we are the people who formed the resist movement with the Miguna. That's where I got the name General. Then I added China because I always believe that mimi ni mtoto ya Mau Mau. Hata ingawa si kutoka huko, but I always believe that. So brothers and sisters, this journey is not an easy journey. Journey of overthrowing a dictator is not an easy journey. Our brother here Raymond ametuambia, but ni tu yeye ametumia terminology mbaya for the young people that you need to marry. My friend, we have very many people who are married in Kenya who are unreasonable, more than even bachelors. You can even have, in Kenya, you can even have 10 wives, but the capacity of your brain can be questionable, even in a local hospital or even in a local clinic. So we can't measure leadership with marriage. We have very many young leaders in Kenya who are not married. We had a CEO of Central Bank who was not married. So that one we cannot. And for your information, we must also inform you that as much as we are not married, we have children out here with very many girls. We have very many children out here who are doing well with their mothers wherever they are. It is that we are not staying together because of the hard economic times. So brothers and sisters, let us unite. That is what I will be calling for today. And if we unite, let us unite with one purpose, one common goal. What do we want? Let us fight a war with the outcome. Tusipiganie vita yenye unaenda tu pale ili uonekane. It doesn't pay. Sahi sasa nitoke town nipige picha nilikuwa huko niweke kwa status. It doesn't pay. No one pays. In fact, mimi ndio na risk life yangu sana. Let's do things that will give results. So in that line, let us follow what Samuel has said. They are very vital things. Those are the only vital ways that we can be able to achieve this. I am also one of the people who believe that this guy will be a one term, but haitakuwa one term na hizi mzaa yenye tunafanya hapa. Hizi ni ekaya za Ebunuwasi. Kama uliwesikia ekaya za Ebunuwasi, ndio hizi sasa. Hizi tutashinda tu hapa. Nonini yako hapa hivi atakwambia hizi ni gengeton. Hizi ni bongo flava. Hizi ni reggaeton. If we are not serious with what we are doing. So let us be purposeful. The country is in wrong direction. You heard them talking today. The lie is part of life. Na hata nashangaa huyu jamaa alikatia Rachel waje. Huyu jamaa ni kama alikatia Rachel na uongo mingi sana because this is a perennial liar. Uliona venye alidanganya hapo, and some people are happy outside here. Venye alisema taifa now will work. Unajua kuna watu they don't even know how things are going. Wanasema sasa shift was bad, taifa is going to work. Hawajui hiyo ni jina imebadilika. Adani, and I want us to, me my hero, our sister here was celebrating the other guy, but me I'm celebrating a young man mwenye alifungua macho ya Wakenya. The young man mwenye alianza kusema ati airport inauzwa. He was a very young man. I'm very happy Eric Omondi took him to school, but that guy need to be celebrated. Huyo mtoto anafaa pewe hata apandishwe ndege aende hata South Africa for 4 days afurahie, because enlighten watu. Hata Gachagua mwenyewe hakuwa anajua maneno ya Adani, but it is that young man who opened the eyes of the entire nation. So I celebrate him today. Entire life at status yangu in a run with these photos because he did a very important thing, and today people are celebrating because it is something we have been discussing here in space. That's the reason why also I like space, because things we are discussing here are also important things. We have been highlighting the Adani issue here, and we have been also having a legal team that has been following up in courts. And as today, we can celebrate that it is something we have achieved because it has been scrapped away according to the way we want. So we will continue keeping this guy on check because we don't have an opposition. This is the first time in the history of this nation that the country is being run without an opposition. The opposition is fully into the government. Even the leader of minority now in the National Assembly is licking the buttocks of the president so that he can be given the cabinet post for internal security. So it means we are on our own. And if we are on our own, we need not to fight amongst ourselves. We need to be more united. We need to be a threat to them. And we can only be a threat to them if we are united. Brothers, if we are not united, we can't achieve this thing if we are not united. Some people think that they will achieve it on their own. Who to them that they think they will achieve this thing on their own? You will be shown dust. Utaenda kwa ballot tushtuke hata even your girlfriend didn't vote for you. Even your mpango wa kando ignored you na hiyo siku ulikuwa umemtumia 10,000. It will be a who for you who think that this thing you can own it. This thing I've come to believe today. When I saw myself hovering in the streets of Nairobi, walking as a madman, looking for 100,000 people in the streets which I couldn't trace, I knew that there's importance in unity. So I'm calling for unity. Each and every part of Kenya, I'm calling for unity. Unite. Brothers, unite. Call your brothers, call on your sisters, call on your girlfriends, call on your wives, all your mpango wa kandos, put them together and tell them that the only way we can achieve this thing is if we stand together. It is through unity that revolutions have been achieved. It is through unity that people have always made it. Even in Bangladesh, it was only achieved because the students' fraternity was united and the opposition also was standing by their side. They were speaking one voice. But sisi tukianza voice moja hapa, mtu anasema tuende Kondele, mwingine anatuambia tuende Laikipia, mwingine anatuambia tuende Nairobi, hiyo italeta mchanganyiko. Hiyo ndio unasikia inaleta mchanganyiko kwa reggae. That one will bring a lot of confusion. Let's be united. The country is at bad state. Tuendelee kuplay role yetu ya opposition. We are the opposition right now. We continue highlighting important things that affect this country, like the health issue. That is the most, the important one that is affecting the nation. And I'm telling you this, the issue of health, I want you to be in the forefront. The reason why I'm telling you to be at the forefront is because your MPs, the MPs you have in the parliament, all of them, they always have a medical cover, a comprehensive medical cover under the parliamentary system, where if they get sick, hata apate tu tumbo inamuma, he can be flown to Asia, to India for special medical attention, which as we cannot be able to get in our local health system. So let's fight for that. Let's champion for it. We have won the Adani one. We have the remaining one is the Shisha. Let us fight on it. Let us fight on Shisha mpaka to achieve what we want. Don't be tired because it is not always an easy thing. That is why you see people dropping out, people going to different directions because they feel maybe this war is not a war that is worth fighting. And it is very true. It will be a war which is not worth fighting if we are not fighting towards one common goal. If we have divergent ways, we should have divergent opinions, but if our ways are different, we won't achieve it. So I cry for unity. As a young man, I cry for unity. I cry for this because I'm a young man who is optimistic that one day I want a better job. One day I want a family. Guys, do you want me to live a bachelor? How many years do you want me to live as a bachelor? In our community, if you die a bachelor, they take a thorn. If you die, they take a thorn, they prick on your feet to show that you are the most useless man on this earth. So you want me to be buried? Are you telling me to give up so that I be buried? A useless man? No. The 4 years I spent in the campus, do you want them to go for free? It will never. So it will only achieve this if we unite. I ask for unity. Me from today in spaces, I will be speaking for unity. Ikifika kwa maandamano, I'll be ready to support you from online. I will be doing it from online from today. I will be doing it from online. If you want to go there, I will be mobilizing you through my WhatsApp, my X, and my TikTok. I will be doing that until we come up with one common thing, that we come up as a family, that we are the people, we are the oppressed, and we know one common oppressor. Why can't we unite as a team? We have very many ideas here. We have legal team here. We have medics here. We have engineers. We have teachers here.
Asante, General.
We have every profession here is here in space. So let's just be united. And if we unite, we will achieve
Asante,
this.
General.
Thank you very much.
Hey, General, I am so humbled because I think I was in the space where you hammered my friend. Wow, Koino was rained on.
Yes, I'm done.
And I'm glad to see the transformation. I'm so, Koino, I received the apology on your behalf. I think we should allow different opinion because I think the point of departure that day was not necessarily that something was wrong or there was a crisis. It's just that so far the ultimate goal was to radicalize others. Had a lot of heavy words to say to Kowino. I think we were even in a prayer space yesterday. I can't remember who we gave. We give someone a mic, and the accusation after that, the tear was on fire. So I hope I don't want Kowino to pick up on that. I hope
Let me
you
clap
can
for
speak to your
nothing.
friends.
Let me
Wait,
clap for
Kowino.
General. I have to clap for.
Wait. I hope, General, you can go back and take this message to your friends. I think everybody else has heard that, those who will be scrubbing for doctors for that particular surgery, they need to do a good job. And they need to make sure that everything is up to scratch. But I want to burden you. I want you to go back to the same, because I've seen that pattern to the point and that feeling you have today is what exactly Kowino has. Because I think I'd spoken to him. They went for JKIA, and after that he distanced himself. He was like, we're not going to be psyching each other up and say, oh, turn up, and everybody is planning to turn up, and then he was actually in harm's way. So you have the same feeling, only that probably you did not experience the trauma I think he had to go through. So I want to burden you that as you preach peace, could you please go back to the very place where this happened? Because it wasn't beautiful at all. In fact, I think they were kicked out. Ayo, like even today we were trying to get Ayo on the mic, and I think he hasn't forgiven people for that. So yeah, try and preach that gospel from that cocoon that you belong to. And I'm so elated to see this. I salute you to just take notice and cognizance of the fact that there was an error in judgment on that day. And Kowino, you're vindicated, and I don't want you to. Okay, you can have the final word, but I don't want you to. I don't want you to belabor, because I know it has happened so many times. Like I had to drag you into the space today, because since then you don't even want to be a part of it. I know you want to say something, so I'll give it to you, and then I'll come to Anthony. And I think it's about time we hear a lady's voice from Malia, yes, and then we'll run through the other guys. Go in.
Oh, General, guys, this is not like me having monopoly of ideas or anything. Everyone can have their own idea. If someone want to go to the streets tomorrow, like you can. Tomorrow is Friday. Tomorrow is a working day. If anyone wants to go to the streets, they can just wake up and go. Like revolution si lazima mimi ndio ni achieve ama risasi ama daktari ama Pauline, like it doesn't have to work like that. If you feel there is an input wewe unaweza declare kwa revolution, please just do so. Like General amesema yeye alikuwa streets, na maybe the reason hakuandamana ni juu hakukuwa na watu, but if you feel you can andamana alone, you can as well do it. These things si lazima watu wote watokee ndio wewe maybe ifanyike and all that. Again, mimi like I said, and I agree with General that Ruto is smart. Hata yako na hesabu zake venye si tunapiga zetu tukitaka tushinde, ndio yeye pia anapiga zake, na maybe yeye ako na upper hand because where he sits. Sisi ile bidhaa tuko nayo wenye tunaweza tumshinda nayo maybe ni our kura, but as much as revolutions mingi, maybe the best revolution yenye tumewahi jaribu kwa hii nchi is through the streets. It doesn't mean that all revolutions zenye zitakuwa successful Kenya sasa lazima zikuwe through the streets. Again, like I've always said, na bado nitarudia, this revolution will only be sweet when we are all here to see it. Like, yes, there must be casualties, probably there has been casualties. We've lost very good people, very innocent souls in the streets, but it doesn't mean that now, because we want to achieve a revolution, we want to be successful in this revolution, we have to keep losing people. If there is a way that we can achieve this revolution, this is just my opinion. Everyone else is entitled to their own opinion. My own opinion is that if we can achieve this revolution without losing so many people like we did, 60 is, one life is life too many. We are not supposed to lose so many lives like we did. So if there's a way we can achieve this revolution without losing people, then I prefer we go that route. Otherwise, if you feel you are ready to die hata kesho, my friend, I agree with you. Amka kesho, we go. Nimeona mtu amesema kwa comment that maybe I have monopoly of ideas, that the revolution cannot be achieved because I think I have monopoly of ideas. No. If you are ready to go to the street tomorrow, please go. Just go. Don't care about what Kowino says. Don't care about General China said. Nisikia mtu amesema huyo ni general aina gani, general anafaa kuwa standby and blah blah blah. If you've been to the forces, if you visited the military bases and everything, you will understand how they function well. Na utajua even the generals wa Kenya were not standby. Now they have guns, but they were not standby on the 25th of June because we caught them by the surprise. That element of surprise yenye tuliwashikana, they were not on standby. Wangekuwa standby, we atunge manage what we did on the 25th June. The element of surprise, and that is what we lack right now. Hatuwezi surprise hawa watu sahi, because we have to come to spaces and plan. Hakuna kamkunjinji tunamit tunasema tunapigiana simu. We cannot call a million of us and meet in the streets of Nairobi. So we have to organize in spaces where they are. Wamesha infiltrate. So, but if you feel maybe you can go to the streets tomorrow, guys, go. Mimi hata nikiamka asubuhi nipate mtu mmoja alienda State House na amemaliza shughuli na sasa State House is free and all that. Me, I'll be proud of you, my guy. Yeah, I'll be very proud of you. When General amesema ako proud of Amenya, I'll post you tomorrow all day, even when you are dead. I'll just post you. So it's not about me. It can even be about you. So kila mtu na opinion yake. But the main goal ni must go aishie. Hiyo ndio main goal. So if tutaiachieve, wewe ukifuata ile route nyingine, mimi nifuate hii, mwingine afuate ile nyingine, Southern bypass, mwingine Northern bypass, mwingine anatokea sijui El Salasi, whatever mali tutakutana, so be it. But itakuwa poa sana kama sikuji kwa matanga yako. Itakuwa poa sana nikikupigia tunakutana kwa klabu, tunabugia mvinyo tukisherehekea, tukisema we did it, rather than nikipost RIP kwa picha yako nikicelebrate na mtu wangu. Hiyo ni mbaya, ni noma jo. Yeah. Anyway, Anthony.
Kowini, I would love to know what you say.
Thank you very much, Kowino. Thank you. Nothing. Much appreciation for giving me the mic again.
and greetings to all those that are there now, those who have been there from a while back, and those that are just joining. I will just go straight to the topic, the main headliner, Adani done, and which way forward. The truth is that Adani deals in Kenya was the height of corruption, bad governance, impunity, unconstitutionalism. Everything that is bad about Kenya was encapsulated in the Adani deals. And those of us who can remember, it is Senator Onyonka who broke this deal and brought it to the public attention using the whistleblower who is out the country. So we must appreciate Senator Onyonka even as we celebrate today. Most importantly today, I think very few of us expected that the Adani deals would be the highlight of today's State of the Nation address. And this was something very, very big. It amounted to actually Zakayo akishuka kutoka kwa ile mti mrefu sana akakuja chini. The cancellation of the Adani deals is something that cannot be taken lightly. Taking from that, however, there's two things which come out. One is over the last few weeks, whenever I attend some spaces, there is an image of must go, of being somebody larger than life. He's looked at and regarded in very fearful tones, which I've found it a bit surprising in spaces like this. Sometimes one is tempted even just to take off and leave until you remember that it is maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 who are speaking like that, and these spaces carry up to 50 people. So it can easily be a minority view. So that gives me heart, and I always keep on sticking a little bit longer. But there's nobody who is in control of government and all the tools of coercion who is able to buy anybody using state resources who should be regarded as larger than life, almost godly figure, almost deified by people who have gone to school. You should never do that. And those that are in this freedom struggle must not see an opponent as unbeatable. Once you term somebody as unbeatable, it is better that you slip off, leave the struggle, and don't pull down the spirits of those that want to continue on. I am particularly admirable of the Gen Zs, the actual Gen Zs, because I realized that there was two categorization. There's the millennial group and there's the Gen Zs. There's one day, one of them entered into these spaces and he really castigated those that put an aura of larger than life on Mr. Ruto. There's nothing larger than life about him. Is this, is that, is that? No, he's pocketing people, he's putting people under his control through use of money. So there's about him that is larger than life. The second thing tied to that is the Messiah complex, where people in these spaces, they pick on politicians, A, B, C, D, and they say that is the only one that can lead us and take us out of Egypt. There's nothing like one person who is going to lead us anywhere. Individually, all of us as a collective, we are responsible for our fate. So this Messiah complex of trying to enter into spaces and trying to figure whom we shall appoint to lead us once this regime is out, it is almost an unnecessary exercise. Those of you who can remember, is in Bangladesh, after the removal of Sheikh Hasina, the students went and brought somebody who did not know that he was going to be given that position. So the messianic complex of trying to figure out in spaces How about this fellow? How about that fellow? That is an exercise in futility. I think I agree with the Redemptor. At the appropriate time, the person that will carry the torch, that will be able to galvanize the entire country behind him, will emerge naturally. So let us not spend a lot of energy in these spaces trying to paint the person that we want to remove as so special. He has got the NIS, he has got the military intelligence, he has got the police, he has got all these things. So if that is cleverness, then I don't know what stupidity is, because this is just misuse of power and state resources and our taxes to make himself look invisible. So those are two things which I wanted to highlight as regards to way forward. Now I'll go back a little bit to 25th June. I did some research and I read some of the X messages which were posted on the 24th. And there was a very clear statement that there's no leader that is taking us for tomorrow. Let us prepare. Each and every one of you is a leader, and we shall meet at the appointed place at the appointed time. So all those young men and ladies who lost their lives in breaching parliament, they are as leaderless, as partyless, as tribeless, and fearless. Now, these slogans can be very confusing to many people. You must remember that when those streets were being filled, all of these came from different backgrounds, different regions, and many often say that, no, I was previously ODM supporter, I was in UDA supporter, I voted for this one. So they came from different backgrounds, these youth, as they converged on the streets. But that motto, it meant that for this work which we want to do, which basically was to see that the basic social and welfare needs of the country was met, was uniform to all of them. Access to health, education, work, affordability of life's necessities, these taxes which was pressing them down. So that is the bedrock of the slogans, that you can have different political persuasions, but when we come to the common objectives, then we forget about our mother parties. We forget about our regional political leaders. We put aside our tribalisms, and then we must be brave and courageous. Bravery and courage is something which does not permit you to deify an individual and say that that one is much smarter than we can ever cope with, that one is going to win the election in 2027. Where is this coming from? I will give you a hint. My suspicion is there is a feeling that the ODM leader is coalescing with him, and therefore that is a sure ticket. That is where this is coming from, nowhere else. Otherwise, the fact is that this regime had collapsed, and it is the one which was given a helping hand. It is not the one which swallowed the Azimio leader. No, it was the other way around. So this is something which we need to be very mindful and keep it in our thinking, that this is a crippled government. It is disintegrating within itself slowly and slowly. The onslaught by the Catholic bishops, the Anglican bishops, and the Pentecostal church leaders over the last 3 or 4 days had put him on a tight rope. Following what was revealed from the USA, something had to give. And what is it that gave? Adani, which many of the young people in this country, even villagers, I could follow and track the views across the country. You go to Turkana, you go to Rift Valley, many people, citizens, were aghast that the airport was being sold. Many people were aghast that the health facilities, a new project is being brought which they cannot access. So the exit of Adani is something we must celebrate it. It does not matter whether it is the court case in America which resulted in this happening. It does not matter that it is the Catholic bishops, but whatever efforts that we put in, it yielded an objective which was fought over and for the longest. This is victory. This is victory, and we must celebrate it. But then now we must prepare ourselves for the larger battle ahead, because the end is still not yet with us. And this is where I will try to put forward a very completely different process. Earlier on, there was an admission that tribalism is entrenched in this country. That is a fact. People balkanize according to the regions. Even all these moves, which seem to give the president invisibility, is based on balkanization exercises which are ongoing, where he's taking other regions to compensate for the loss of the mountain, which definitely it is gone. So how can we penetrate and make a footprint in this total environment? Is it by creating a new party to mobilize us into 2027? I doubt that that can be very successful, but I would like to say this. Wherever it is that we come in from across the country, there are those already parties, systems which are in place, which reverberate very easily with the local, our brothers and sisters there. Let us try to find a way in which we can promote young candidates to enter into those parties which hold sway in the different regions. Irrespective, whichever party it is, there's those parties which, as young people, and there'll be an effort to court young people into politics. So those that can be able to get in through that route, well and good. There are existing parties as well. The Martha Karua parties, the Third Way Alliance, the Safina, and so on and so forth. All these are also possible entry points for people to get into the political space. And then there are also the creation of completely new parties. As long as we can have numbers in 2027, even if it is from different political parties, we must remember the slogan of the Gen Z, that when it comes to those things which affect us as citizens, which affects our parents, our grandfathers, that we must forget about our parties. We must be partyless, even if we are in parliament. We must forget about those leaders who hosted us to get into parliament. We must be leaderless. We must cast aside tribalism, and then we must be brave and courageous. There were people, not so many, that I saw who actually defied the UDA position in parliament during the last impeachment processes. So if we can get the numbers of young people using all the 3 or 4 routes possible, the next time round of gaining a foothold into office, we might be in stronger positions, because some will have made names for themselves. They can easily switch from whatever parties that they kind of promoted them to gain an entry in the first place, and set course in creating now a completely new entity, because getting political office, it requires resources. This is a fact which we cannot overlook it. So my advice is, let us, as a first priority, to get young people, as many as possible, from all the different parties. We cannot deny their existence, but then we use that as a strategy that will leapfrog us and put us in better positions to go for the top seat. Now, the top seat, that is the one which I would want to keep it open, but definitely I would want and advise that you avoid all the old politicians, the 40 years and above category. Try to aim for the most youthful of all the candidates that will be vying for office in 2027. What is important also, in addition to all this, is to try to find how public participation, as stated in the Constitution, can be leveraged such that it is not the politicians up there alone. No, they must listen and take on board the views of us. The young people, not all of them are interested in going into parliament or into the county assemblies. No, but they want good services. They want job opportunities. They want all the necessities of life to reach them. So long as they can get all these things, they are good to go. After all, if you look at all the political positions we have in the country, as a percentage of, say, take only the youth population, it will be less than 1%. So that is not something which all of us are craving for. But if God has selected you to be a leader, to be a servant of the people, that is good. Go for it and use any possible route you can access to go and get it. So that is really what I wanted to say in regards to the topic of this evening, which is very important, and all of us may not agree on which is the appropriate one, but it is good to know that there are so many options around, but you must play smart and remember your identities as the population of the future, so that as you move forward, you are allowed to make mistakes and learn from them as you go along. You don't need to have somebody who has been a cabinet minister over 3 successive governments or 2 successive governments to be your candidate. No, you can have a completely new person like the Bangladesh president who went in there without knowing, the Botswana president who also went there after fighting for 12 years. 12 years, that's how long it took for the current president of Botswana to achieve what he did with a sweeping victory in the parliament of that country. So there is hope, there's time. Do not think, we should not put ourselves in a lock situation where we feel that we must be able to complete this tomorrow or within 1 year or 2 years. No, it is a continuous process with us perfecting our moves as time goes. Thank you very much, and I drop my mic at this point.
Oh, thank you very much, Anthony. We've heard him from, I think, at 11 when the space started. Thank you so much. There's something I want to highlight. I've been trying to keep off the subject, but I keep hearing people quote Bangladesh. There's a cultural difference. I was trying to look into that story. Don't beat yourself down. There is such a huge, when I got into it, it was a bit difficult to process. But yes, there is a difference. They have a rite of passage. It's not my place, honestly. I like to keep off religious issue, whereby, and I think when I saw that, I've also heard about it. Different people have talked about, from their community have talked about it, how at a certain age, you see the way like Christian kids go for Christian camps. For them, they remove the fear of death, and this has been done by, like you give someone your child for the holiday religious training, and they're laid in graves overnight to remove the fear of death. And that's why you see majority of them don't have that. And let it not be a subject of discussion. Don't beat yourself down. There are cultural differences as far as that goes. I think we had all agreed that we will have a lady, Malia Davis, and then there was Mtuflani Davis, please. I'm happy to see everybody. Ayo is running away from the mic today. Good to see you, Mweru Magi. Look, everybody, good to see you. Malia Davis.
Thank you. Nothing. We started with you in the morning. You are dedicated.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
We are with you in the morning.
Until now.
You see the dedication we have to our nation. Imagine. What else can make us to be up at this hour from the morning? So, Kenya is we started with problems. I know nothing doesn't like discussing about religion, but me, I do. We in the Bible it says when the foundations are destroyed, what can the righteous do? We started on a wrong note. So since independence, after our freedom fighters went in and they fought, we started with this issue of eradicating dissenting voices, corruption, grabbing, and now it's grown and grown and grown, and it's gotten to a point where it's unbearable now, because there's nothing which is infinite. Even if you are stealing, you cannot steal. Greed is, the Bible says greed is like the grave, it's never satisfied. So no matter how much taxes we pay, no matter what we do, if the greed is eating everything up, it gets to a point where we are pushed to the wall. It's not infinite. It gets to a point where it's now a breaking point. And that was where our grandparents had reached with the white man. They were pushed to the wall. They were removed from their land. They were put into ghettos. Then they go back to the same land and work there for a pittance. And the same thing now has come to come back full circle. And we now have to take back that strategy that our fathers had, that we had many generals, but they were not working alone. And then the white man had the machinery, he had the gun, he had the home guards, he could call for backup from his country, but we had the numbers. So the people the people who went into the forest, they were having generals. So moving away from this Messiah complex, which we later on came to have, we had generals. We didn't have just one person. We had generals. Then the other people who are not in the forest, they were helping these guys with food and water and supplies, whatever they need. So it was a concerted effort, because the number of the people who were oppressing them, the white people, it was a small amount of people, but they were really organized, and they had the good guns, not the homemade guns, the good guns, and the home guards also supporting them. But they were like the same way. In Kenya, we are almost 60 million, and the people who are giving us a very hard time are probably not even 1,000, but they have some advantages. But the numbers still can win over if we get organized. This Messiah complex, which we came up to have, is because, like, when there were many people who are generals, there were many people who are dissenting voices, there were many people who are standing up for the rights of Kenyans, but they were eliminated one by one. Kina Tomboya, kina Pio Gamapinto, kina GM Kariuki, they were eliminated one after the other one. So then, of course, Moi came. We just went through the same kind of a cycle. So we got to a point whereby during the Moi era now, we had this Messiah of Baba. And the way things have come is that, I've really been thinking about this issue of Baba, because for me, I've known Baba all my life. And it came to me that it was his time to step down, so that the mantle can be taken over now by generals, not by one person, because when it's one person, it's easy to compromise that person. This person is a human being as well. But we go back to that time when we were with the Mau Mau, whereby we had generals, we had like, we didn't need to follow just one person. When we are on the fight, we need generals. Then now, when it came to handing over, is when it came to one person. But in the war, there were many generals, and they were not working alone, and they were not only working with the Mau Mau who are in the forest, they were working with majority of the Kenyans, who are helping them with food and supplies and information and all that. So I think that is a good direction for us to take. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. Let's start with the small victories, like what we have achieved so far. We are building on from what the leadership that Gen Z gave us in June, pre-June 25th and after, because leadership is not positional, and this is something which is must go, does not get, it's not positional, it's influence. And Gen Z have brought out leaders and generals. After that movement and what transpired, which has never been seen in this country, that there was a civilian coup across the country. And they tried to pin it on Ford Foundation, and they tried to pin it on Wanjigi, they tried to pin it on Gachagua, but it was just the people organizing themselves, usually online and across, spontaneously. They just did something which I would think of as akin to what the Mau Mau did. That's what they achieved. And from that leadership that they showed us as a nation, so many people have come out of complacency, starting with me, myself. I was not, I'm a political person. I like discussing politics, and I'm a patriotic person, but I was not as aware as now after I was not even on X. If you check my bio, you'll see I just joined the other day. But from that time, I started coming in every day and finding out what's happening in my country, discussing with other people, explaining. Like, I have friends who don't vote, and I've told them 2027, there's no, I will kosana if you're not going to vote. This business of you're not going to vote is no longer going to be there, because if you don't vote, you're part of the problem, and you're part of the enemy that we are trying to fight. So it has activated us so that we see that each and every one of us, there's something we can do. If we can't go on the streets, we can do something else. If we can't be very vocal, even on spaces, we can listen and go and tell somebody else, and go and activate the complacent Kenyans who have given up, who they're just like, we are helpless. There's nothing we can do, But we've shown, or rather, Gen Z already showed us that there's something we can do. And Gen Z is a kind of like a Mau Mau. How the Mau Mau, the generals came together, and they helped galvanize the people and balkanize. I mean, not balkanize, but to galvanize the people to know that these white people, as much as you see like they have a lot of power over us, they are so few compared to us. And if we organize ourselves, even if we don't have, Mau Mau didn't have guns, they were making homemade guns. They didn't have guns like Wazungu. They didn't have sophisticated weapons. So they just sat down, and they galvanized one another, that we can remove this Mzungu, that this Mzungu can leave our country. This Mzungu can go back home, and we can go back to our land. We don't have to be living in ghettos. We don't have to become slaves, because that's what we have become. Actually, we are full circle now where we are. We've become slaves, because if the government is taking 53% of what we earn, are we not slaves? We are their slaves. Let's not call it government, the regime which is there. We are their slaves. So we are back to where our grandparents were, whereby you're working for the master, for the slave owner. Like that guy who Redemptor said is always in town. His message is very right. Colonialists never left. But then the thing is, the colonialists who were there in 1963, they started by grabbing the land first from particular tribes. Then they moved on to, what Moi did, and it moved on like that. And now it's gotten to a point where they are not grabbing the land anymore, or making us slaves. They are now grabbing our health. They are now grabbing our education. So we've been pushed to the wall. We actually don't have a choice. But because of lethargy and you know, when you are in a situation of oppression, you get something called learned helplessness, whereby you're just lethargic. You don't feel there's anything you can do. Even if you have the numbers, you still feel helpless. And that's how most oppressors are able, because most oppressors are a minority. They're not a majority. They are a very small minority. But they exert that mindset that there's nothing you can do. We are the ones who have the instruments of power. We are the ones who have the monopoly of violence and all that. But thank God, we even moved out of that physical fighting. Now we can fight in so many ways. We can fight in so many ways, and we've seen the ways in which we can be able to fight, and they are working. They are working. So I will say that let's stop this competition, which is there in terms of that Messiah complex, that it's this one person, like the way me all my life, but I've been supporting Baba. So even when things turned, I was like many people who have always been on Baba's side, seeing him as a Messiah. We always had that, but now it's back to us. He's no longer there to be our Messiah. Okay, and we need to move away from that complex, because this job, it can't be done by one person or a few people. This is a job for all of us. Every one of us has to take their position. Every one of us has to go and sit down and have a meeting with themselves and ask, what role can I play in this freedom, in this fight for freedom that we are in. We have to go back and revive that Mau Mau kind of spirit and try to understand, how did these people manage and how can we manage? And as such, we cannot be able to do that if we are fighting amongst ourselves, because now there's only two teams. It's the team which is trying to liberate Kenyans from slavery and oppression and undignified life, because if you're not, your intelligent child can no longer go to school, and your old parent, or even you cannot be able to get medical, or your wife or your mother, your wife is going to the maternity and she cannot get all those things. It's a life of indignity, the life which our grandparents were living in, and our parents were living in ghettos, while their farms were being farmed by these few wazungu, and they're the ones who are even providing that labor. And so the labor that we are sweating each and every day, that 53% of our income, which is going to this mzungu. So we need to see ourselves as such, that we have one enemy, we have one cause. So can we first have generals who are helping to mobilize us, who are the strategists and all that, and the rest of us, the foot soldiers, what place can we take in this movement? And then when it comes to now 2027, we look at the people who are available, we see who can we stand behind, and then we stand behind them to a man. And then we see how this rigging menace, which has always been there, and the corruption in IBC can be able to be stemmed. Because when you have the numbers, it's not impossible, by the way. It's not. It may look like this guy can come in and rig IBC, but what if he only has 1 million votes? And then 14 million Kenyans have voted for the other guy. How is he going to rig that? And we have that blockchain thing, Mkura, which we wanted to make it airtight, to be able to prove that this majority of Kenyans voted this guy. So those are the kind of things we should be thinking about, not power struggles of, in fact, I think right now it's premature to start announcing even that you want to be a president. Right now, we need to deal with these issues of Akina Shifsha. We need, the way we've been getting these small gains, these small gains is what we are building up on. And it's also giving us courage, and it's also giving us a sense of purpose in our hopelessness, and it's giving us the motivation, so that we are able to push on to the bigger things which are coming ahead, like 2027. Yeah. So that's what my request would be, that let's, we are fighting for our country. We are fighting because we will not have a country if things go on the way they are going on. But in all this, me as a Christian, I believe in all this, it was God's timing, and it was God's plan to deliver us the same way the children of Israel were in captivity for 400 years. And then after 430 years, Moses came to deliver them. And they went into first it started with those what were they called, what Pharaoh went through and the Egyptians went through. So it's not it's a journey of 1,000 miles, because this is a place we found ourselves in from 60 years or so of madness, that has been going on in this country. So we can't start despairing, we can't start fighting. We have to be really patient. Even Mau Mau War, by the way, it was a long war. It wasn't a war of 1 year. It was a long war until they wore down those white people and they had to give in. And that's what happened in the whole of Africa. It was a war which you fight for years and years, like in South Africa, when Mandela was in jail for 20-something years. So even we may not see that picture that we want in our lifetime, but we have to the building blocks for our generation, we have to put them up. And for us to be able to do that, we have to be strategic, we have to be united, we have to understand we have one common enemy, and all of us are soldiers in the army of the Lord, fighting for the soul of this country. And all of us have a part to play. The way the church now has decided to play their part, by the grace of God, the rest of us, each and every one of us, there's something we can do. So let's move away from those divisive kind of politics, because that's what the enemy would love, and to plant people who would be able to sow discord. Yeah. And then when we get there, by the grace of God, we'll find the right person to stand behind, and we'll stand behind him, and we'll be able to move on to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Malia. Yes, we've been together for an entire day, and it's been such a happy day. Thank you so much. To Flani, over to you, and I think Doc is back on the mic. To Flani, take it away.
So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm happy to be here and happy to be in this gathering of all you 41 plus guys. So, my point, I'm going to speak about three things: the economy, the Jesus complex, and politics in general. I'll speak to them interchangeably. So, okay, right now I'm hearing a lot of speakers here are coming here, and they're talking about liberation, yes, which is good, and neocolonialism and all this stuff. And they forget one thing: this Bible that they keep quoting from, it came from the same Mzungu that you're trying to fight. And let's not forget, we are here because of Mzungu. So I think people need pointers on that. If you need pointers, you need to question where that Bible came from, first of all. When it came here, it didn't come in a nice way. It came in a bad way. It came with guns, and it came with forcing people to reject their culture and those kind of things. So let's get serious, people. Hii mambo ya quote Bible hapa, I don't see how it is helping, because that's also part of the problem. Next is the economy. The economy, people here seem to be I'll assume, my assumption is people here seem to be in the middle class, majorly. So what can we do about this? We need to starve this government completely. If you're employed, fine. There's nothing much you can do. It's taken from your payslip. Some are taken from the payslip, some are not. Some work in multinationals where some tax laws, they get this kind of rebates, but this kind of exemptions, but we need to be intentional in how you're spending your money. If you're employed, do try to avoid anywhere where the government can take money from you. Go to that small shop. Go to that small place where if the quality is okay and it can give you what you want, use that shop, please. That's how you kill two birds with one stone. One, you starve the government of money, and two, you promote local business, because right now the government is sucking money through, because right now it has reached a point you'd rather invest in MMF and those kind of instruments rather than opening a business or growing a business. So that money, and it's a zero-sum game. And I say it's a zero-sum game. Why? Because you're giving money to the government. Yes, loaning it out. You're basically loaning out money to the government. How does the government make money? The government doesn't have its own money. How does it make money? Taxation. That's why it's coming up. These tax amendment laws of 2024, which are coming up soon, and I suspect they're going to pass it in December, where people are in the festive mood, so you don't really care about what Parliament does. So they will pass those laws in December when everybody is in a festive mood. January, you come, you wake up, you are paying more taxes. So what happens? Your investment, whatever your investment is earning, is getting sucked up also by taxes. So it's a zero-sum game to some extent. The margins you can get from there, yes, you're investing, yes, you're getting money, but look at the taxes, they're going up. And right now, this government, if you look at how David India has been talking, they're targeting the middle class in the name of bottom up. But I think that bottom up, the people at the bottom are the ones who are going to suffer more than the people who are up. So be careful, be intentional, and how you spend your money. Make the extra effort of going out of your way to promote that small business, because maybe it might not, right now it may not make sense for you to open a business or to grow your already existing business, because you'd rather put your money there in T-bills and T-bonds and wait for your money to come back to you, risk-free, whatever. But that's not the way we should be going. We should be investing in our own businesses. And I totally agree with people who are saying the business environment is tough, because even if you tick all the boxes of opening a business, you lack customers because there's not that much disposable income available. That's the thing. So we need to shift. All of us, do your best to try and go out of your way to do that. The next thing is this Messiah complex. We don't need a Messiah. And Messiah is not necessarily here talking about as there are people floating Matiangi, Kalonzo, and whatever. Those are people who you should avoid listening to. Those are people who have been sent, they are on a payroll, and don't listen to them. They will mess you up eventually. They'll take their money laughing to the bank, and you will remain suffering. Those people are not, especially what have happened, what Wamrima, especially these radio presenters, TV anchors, those are not people who we should rely on for any information genuinely. Yes, I've seen the alternative media stations, people have opened up alternative media, but even them, I've looked at them and they're not speaking about what should be spoken about. They're not castigating this man the way he should be castigated. castigation only happens here online in spaces like this and on Twitter, on the TL, or on TikTok. So we need to focus, people. Adani, yes, this battle looks like somehow we have thrown a spanner in the works, but you see already he has rebranded chief to whatever he's calling it, Taifa. You can take a tad and paint it rainbow colors on it, but a tad is a tad. So he's going to sell that tad to us. And many other tads are coming. So this government is more focused on PR than actually doing the work it's supposed to do. Let's not focus on the PR. Let's focus on the ground. Don't get sucked into the PR. Feel the ground. You might be doing well, yes. Maybe you get 300 nets, 300K nets, 400 nets, 250 nets, and above. But how does that help you? Is everybody around you is putting a hand out to you. Leo unaitiwa mazishi, or somebody needs money for ratio, so somebody wants money. Okay, ratio here and there, but somebody needs money for mazishi, hospitals. Those are things which the government should be paying for. Somebody needs money for school fees. Those are things which government should be taking care of. You should not be going into your pocket because you're paying taxes. So how do you allow yourself to be taxed 2 times or 3 times or 4 times? How? So we need to wake up as Kenyans. We need to stop this nonsense of because I'm earning such and such a salary, or these problems don't affect me. They'll affect you unless you turn your back on society. And when you turn your back, when stuff hits the fan, you'll be on your own. And you look for people to help you, and nobody will come to help you. So is that a kind of society you want to live in? Let everybody be able to do. Let the taxes work for you. And these things even break families. Okay, these things break families because you're paying taxes, but you're not seeing where they are. When the chips are down, you should be able to go at least get basic healthcare, education. Even education, it should be available to you. Decent schools. Now everybody is fighting to take their schools to take their children to private schools and group of schools. Those big group of schools, ni kama hapo ndo kufika. As in, come on. How long are we going to do this? Even I'm saying, as much as even that economy thing, these taxes that you're getting, MMS and whatever, get money. How long will they increase these taxes for you to get paid that interest that you're getting from your MMF or from these certain investments that you're making in banks and whatever? How long? And even these banks are also eating us. They're the ones who the economy is suffering, but they are making record profits. Ask yourself, how is that possible? And everybody, disposable income is at a low. I've never seen this kind of low. So what are we doing? Let's branch away. The next one is the media. Let's branch away from this media. We get our own media, which don't rely on this Twitter. We need Twitter. We need our own Kenyan thing, that even if it's a small radio station, an online radio thing, let it work. Let it run 24/7. Even someone with a Katululu, those small phones, at least, you can open a link and listen. The civic education that can be there, it will run 24 hours. Civic education is also expensive. You have to move around. You have to get out of your way. You have to spend your time and energy to do it. It's not cheap. Okay, so let's get serious. Let's focus, please. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Ntofulani. I just want to make sure. Oh, there is Ronyo. Ronyo and then Dr. James.
Hi, hey, can you hear me clearly?
Crystal clear.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate, and I'm very grateful. I've been here for quite some time, and I'm thankful to every Kenyan. I'm a proud Kenyan right now because to see us at this time and at this hour discussing what is ailing our country, it is really amazing, and I'm really proud to be associated or to be a Kenyan at this moment, and I'm proud for everybody who is really waking up because what is really making me proud is that uh, we have taken the position that probably the people we have given them work, they are not doing it because take for example the idea of opposition. These people being the second runners after the election, they always get a cut from the government, they get funding from the government to always uh, check on what the government is doing. But now they joined the government, so there's no more opposition. So we Kenyans have taken that position. Apart from that, we have the people who we elected to be in those positions of being the president, being because we don't really have a president now. We just have this guy called Must Go. Uh, and the governors, all the senators, all these useless people, they are no longer working. Being their employers, we have gone ahead to take those positions because now they are not doing anything. The everything that these people, I'm calling them useless because they are not doing anything, starting with the president to the last person, the MCA. I was listening to the that address that Must Go was giving today, and and I saw these all these leaders who were clapping and shouting because he said the Andani deal has been cancelled, and I was surprised because these guys are only celebrating when the president said this one has to stop. They celebrate, or they're supporting whatever the president supports. So they don't have the mind of their own. So I don't know why, in the first place, they're in those positions. Must go. Uh, this thing of Andani, and people are probably people are thinking that he has done us a favor, or we have won. We have not won because, in the first place, Andani is just a proxy. This deal it is Must Go who is trying to inherit every part of Kenya. This guy wants to make sure by the time he leaves, he becomes a part of his a part of, like he becomes, or he puts his family in the same place like his fellow looters from the Kenyatas, from the Moise era. Probably the only person who was a little bit different is Kibaki, who we can't see his family owning everything. But Must Go is trying his best to make sure. Right now, I'm from Narok. Must Go, he didn't have a land before, but when he became president, right now he owns a big portion. I think 1,000 plus acres of land in Masai Mara. I think in every county he has a land. It is so unfortunate because this guy, I think he somehow, I'm sorry to say, he has a problem mentally because he has this sickness of every time he holds a mic he has to promise something, but there's nothing he has ever delivered ever since. And we somehow blame ourselves for. Personally, I supported him and I voted for him. I personally take responsibility because I failed to look at the track record of Must Go, because there's no position he has ever held that he completed. Ever since he joined politics, there's no place or any position where either is him being a minister, either it is him being in any position as a member of parliament. Any position he goes, he will mess up with it. He became the deputy and he messed up with that position. Now he's the president. He's messing up with everything. The Andani deal that he says they have cancelled. I listened to Raila when he was. I know probably there are people who are supporting him. I listened to him when he came out to support Adani, and he said when he was the prime minister, the prime minister, the current prime minister of India, invited him to India, and he introduced him to this company called Adani Group, and the projects they were doing in India, and him was the one who advocated for them to come in Kenya. So, but Adani actually is a criminal organization that goes to various government, and they kind of play around like these people who are investing, the foreign investors, and they loot public funds through them, because they had an opportunity. If they are really legit, why come and take over something that is already making profit? JKI, after there was I was listening to the MD speaking in Senate, and he said JKI makes 19 billion per year, and after all the expenses, the net profit is 5 billion. Why then should you give away such a project that is already making a lot of money? Why are we in hurry to do that? I don't know how clear it is, but the project, the deal that was the Qatar government was that gave the Rwandan government to build a new airport, and gave them, I think, 48 flights. That deal was initially supposed to come to Kenya, but these useless leaders of ours, because there's no deal that comes to Kenya that they don't want them to have first to get something in their pocket before they allow they allow a good business or a good deal that can serve the Kenyan people. So and then if, because I work with most of a lot of Indians who comes from Kenya, who comes from India, and most of them they told me that Andani is always paying or bribing before this before he was in before this issue from the US that came yesterday, that Andani bribes or pays bribes so that they can control state-owned parastatals. So if even in the news that was that the US that US shared, that Andani paid $250 million so that they can get a deal that they will get a profit of 2 billion. So for them, they don't even go to start a new project, because if they came to Kenya and said, okay, we see your airport is not working, we want to build a fresh airport, and we have a big land, we can give them a place where they can build a new airport and develop from there. But it is not them, because it is something that they know. It is not them who are doing that. It is Mastugo who is behind there, and some of his goons, the Chirchir and the Murukomen, who are doing all these deals for him, so that they can continue continue taking advantage of Kenyans. And I've heard one of us here saying that we should for those who are not employed, we should try to go buy stuff from the small shops and all that. But everything that is sold in Kenya, government is always taxing. So as long as you're buying and selling anything in Kenya, it's always subject to taxation. So we are the one who are paying them to be in those positions. We are the one employing those goons and helping them to be driving those big cars and moving around the country, and to be having and looting looting our hard-earned money. But they kind of treat us as their own employees. They kind of forget that we are the one who has given them those jobs. So I am very proud to see that Kenyans are waking up and saying, no, we have to turn these tables the other way, because we are the one who are the bosses of these people. So when they're beating their chest and saying, oh, and when we talk, they arrest us. They're supposed to be they're supposed to be humble even when we abuse them, because we are the one paying them. We are paying them to go for to go outside when they are sick, to go to foreign countries to visit doctors and all that. We are paying for their expensive life and their family's life. We are paying them to loot us. We are paying them to kill us. We are paying. So when we are abusing and correcting them, they should be humble. They should not be. They should not be doing those abducting and killing us and subjecting us to a lot of pain. When they're introducing this Shah and Chief, and now the president is just trying to play with our psychology and change the name of Chief to Taifa. I don't know Taifa what. He's trying to play around with our mind, that they changed the name, and they're telling us by this new system we are going to spend 410 billion so that we can migrate from NHIF to this new system, which we don't know. By the change of names only, they spend all these billions. NHIF alone yearly collects around 5 billion, and now they introduce this Chief and Shah that will spend 400 in upfront. They spend 400, which is loan 410 billion, meaning yearly they have to pay 10 billion yearly. And this money is coming from what? From us. So that's why they have to force everybody, even someone who initially was having problem to pay the 500 to NHIF, who even eating food or having one meal a day is difficult. They're forcing those people to, they're telling them just register so that we will know if you are able to pay, so that we can start paying for you. They're taking Kenyans as fools. They're taking us as fools, or they actually play around with our psychology. Now this must go, changes the name so that at least, and I'm seeing people when they're discussing, and even in tweet they're celebrating now. We are no longer dealing with Chief, but it's change of name only, but the same thing still the same thing is still happening. That money that which still she or whatever those names are, still it is Andani involved there. They allow now we have this guy called Bill Gates, who has been rejected in the US and now is in our country, and we are their guinea pig. They come and test us with all their vaccines, which the US and everybody else rejected them, but they come to Kenya and they're given immunity to do all their nasty stuff in our own country. And the president they must go stand there and say, we are going to vaccinate all our cows, the 20 million cows, the 50 million goats and sheep. And this guy is like, I'm sorry to say, I don't know how he operates. He kind of forgets that sometimes, for me, I from where I come from, we love animals. I come from Narok. We love animals, and it is part of our livelihood. So touching that area, you are touching the core of our life. So him saying that he's going to vaccinate our cows, and without even having a public discussion or involving Kenyans and asking them and even explaining why you're doing things. And this is why the people around must go, who never tells him the truth, who never confronts him, because I think he's a tyrant who can never listen to anybody. He thinks that he's the only one who speaks the truth, and the rest of them and the rest of Kenyans and everybody else is a liar. So I think these people, that's why they are afraid. People are dying. There's femicide, there's genocide, there is there's people are being kidnapped every day, and we're having police officers, because we know there are police officers who are covering their face when they are arresting someone, and pushing them inside these strange vehicles. And even if some of the vehicles, they are clearly indicated police vehicles, they have plain clothes and they're covering their face. If they are real police officer, why should they cover their face? If they are doing the right thing, why should they do this? So, and he stands there and lie to us that now you can approach a police station and report if you have a case. You can go to DCI and report if you have anything. Go to report to these people who you clearly know that whatever you're going to tell them, it will never happen. I was listening to a case of a lady who went to report that she was raped, and the police officer started mocking her and laughing. So how can you go to such a such a station? How can you be able to approach people who are covering their face when they are arresting, or when instead of them identifying themselves, we are police officers in a professional way, because we are the one paying them. We are their bosses. But that clearly that has not been that has not been uh, the way we are supposed to be respected as Kenyans. The way what the leadership that we are looking is not there. That's why you find us here the whole night. We're not sleeping, and we will wake up after 2 hours and go to work. But the pain in us, because we are lacking something. That's why we are here talking to one another, because we want a different Kenya. We want a Kenya that is working. I was listening to Dindi Nyoro saying that for the last 2 years they collected 3 points. I'm not clearly sure, but he said 3 point something trillion for the last 2 years. And a year before, and 2 years, and 2 years before, they collected the same amount, so almost 7 point something trillion. And he was saying half of that money, if it was used well, we will be having a level 5 in every constituency. And we will have all the roads in the whole country tarmac. But we don't have that, because that money cannot be traced. It is all over.
Kindly wind
So
down.
I'm
Kindly
sorry.
wind down. There's so many speakers. No, no, no. You don't have to be
Thank
sorry.
you so much. Thank you. Just 1 minute.
No, you don't have to. We're not
I'm really on
testing
fire
you.
because
You can just
I'm
learn.
sorry. I'm really on fire when I start thinking of what we are going through. So I really appreciate for this opportunity that we are here together and gathered as Kenyans. And I'm telling you, even at the moment, I'm really sweating when I speak of these things, because it is eating me in. It is painful when I see our fellow brothers and sisters. They are not eating. The hospitals are not working. When they are standing there, someone like Ruto, who has been in a government for 30 years, with his, of course, with a good insurance, medical cover, he has never gone to those small hospitals, so he has no idea what people are going through. It is painful. It really pains me. So we as Kenyans need to stand together, and there's no other force that is as strong as when people come together. It is, right now. Just 1 minute. I'm sorry. So right now, what these people are trying to do is to divide us on the basis of tribalism. They went to Embu and they are saying, now, we have elected this your own. He's from the mountain, but from Mount Kenya East. You guys have never had anybody at that position. We have Kindiki for you guys. So why are these other Mount Kenya guys complaining? So they're trying to divide us on the basis of, you come from this region, you come from this tribe, which is useless. We are all suffering irrespective of where you come from. So if we stand together, these people, and I'm sure they know and they're hearing whatever, maybe they have some of their goons in this group listening for them, they should take this message that we are coming for you guys and you will not stop us. Thank you so much.
Take heart. But I relate with what you're talking about. I think there was a picture of a makeshift hospital whereby a lady is receiving IV that is hung on a tree, and she's sitting on that. And next to her is a child who's also a patient. And the medic was checking this child's pressure, but this child was sitting actually in, it looked like very dark dust. That thing was painful because it was not sand. People enjoy sitting on the sand. This was it was such an ugly sight to behold. We want dignity to humanity in Kenya. Um, I think the regime has failed. Previous regime as well failed us. I think the intelligent wing of government has failed, because I want them to remember, because I know they're here. I want them to remember that they come from communities, that not everyone in their family is able, holds a job. We want just dignity. It doesn't matter whether this person has gone to school, whether they live in a remote area of the country. They're citizen. There's need. 2024. There's need for dignity. We've seen kids study under a tree, so you have reasons. Neuro has been an accomplice, so I'm not voting. I think I don't even care, and I don't think it's important to discuss at this point. I think all these politicians need to go home. We need a new breed. Dr. James, this has been such a happy space.
Niambie
We give
nothing.
credit to na kusubiri alafu I sign out.
Hapana,
Resource
usisign
itaanza
out.
kuongezwa
Unajua when you left, uliniacha hapa hivi na Kowino. Alafu kwanza umerudi na Kiswahili nyingine hapo. Kwani wewe ni mtu wa Coast? Mimi nataka kuwa tribal. Umejua ukizoea mtu anaongea one way alafu anarudia unashangaa imekuaje? Ulikuwa tu unaongea hapo hivi mashangsheng na kizungu.
I think hapo umedanganya. I honestly do not know Sheng. I think I know a word or two maximum. And yeah.
Even better. Even me, I don't know
only,
Sheng.
I don't know colloquial. So yeah, it's been a happy journey from the time we began, and thank you for being part of it. And we thank Kowino as well. So I'm waiting for you to sign off.
No, it's been fantastic actually. Actually, the funny thing is, I took the mic, and thank you for giving me the mic again. It's been fantastic. I wanted to actually give an intermission or just a different vibe, a different cadence, because I think the cadence has taken one tone. And that's okay. It's quite okay. I just think that change of pace a little bit. Vile wewe mwenyewe ulikuja hivi na ukatuongelesha Kiswahili kingine sanifu. Nitaka niseme a couple of things real quick.
Sema tu
Ni nini Kowino?
Sema tu unataka space kiuzi ya ushirati, sasa umechoka na politics.
Bwana, time ni yangu. Kwani huku interrupt ndio ulikuwa unaongea for 30 minutes.
You guys are ungovernable.
Bara niache. I think it's been really good, and I'm glad that you're saying that that you're about Sana, which is fine, because I think that you need to hear this because you and Kowino have been very, very good. But the people who are not here, I want to tell you two stories. The first story, and I want to relate it to what's happening in Kenya today. We were in a space. I'm not going to name the host of this space. It was terrible. After every 40 minutes, it falls. After every 35 minutes, especially in the middle of something nice happening, it falls. Nini nothing. Wewe akina Ronyo wakiongea for 30 minutes about ngombe za kwa huku una interrupt. Siwache mimi niongee. Thank you. So hii space.
You're not being fair.
Space ilikuwa ni ile design hata Star X haisaidii. Unajua hii kitu Starlink ya nani ya uja mwa X. Hello, na haisaidii. Space mbaya. So we were used to that kind of life. Yeah? But what we're looking for is, that's what we're used to. We only use Samoei Ruto's government. Now we now are looking for a government that's stable. Stability. Don't tafuta. Mtu akipeleka mtoto shule, achomoi shule, anakula vizuri, unga ya chapo, si chapo ni kwenda sana. Mahindi ya githeri haifanyi wakuwe wagonjwa, vitu kama hizo. Unaona? So Kowino ameleta stability into the space ya kuongea kuhusu Adani. Sasa hiyo ndo stability tunatafuta. So if you are ever wondering about what Kenya can look like, look at Kowino. Akona tiki ya blue, nothing alikuwa ametuweka hapo bila tiki ya blue, na jina yake ni nothing. So
You clearly don't know where to stop, do you now?
Anyway, that's story number 1. Story number 2, hata nimesahau story number 2 ilikuwa nataka kuwa gani. Anyway, nothing. Kwenye huko kuna baridi ama hakuna?
It's extremely cold.
Umesema kwanza extremely.
It is very cold. Yeah, I mean onesie.
Hiyo ni mbaya.
Trying to keep on. Anyway, continue.
Hiyo ni mbaya. Kowino, open your mic, Kowino. Acha niwaachie space kwa sababu nyinyi mnaleta ujinga. Mtaki kuongea na mimi Kowino.
Sema.
Kowino talks to dogs.
So now, have you heard that, Kowino? It's extremely cold. Na najua kuongea Kiswahili sanifu kama so just let that simmer in your mind. Now, last but not least, I want to thank you folks because we've gone from Ruto must go to tumeenda mpaka kwa spirituality. Nikasikia hata nothing amequote my scriptures to Isaiah chapter 35. Tumeenda places mob. But kitu moja nataka kuwasihi wa Kenya ni mna rhetoric nyingine hapo hivyo iko kwa chat. Ile kwa wina akitoa ideas zake ni kama tia na force ideas zake. No, if you've been here since we began from the shithole space, yeah, nothing. Mpaka sahi we've not forced any ideas on anybody. In fact, we've been very liberal in letting people air their views, understanding everybody's perspective. And so I want to caution that we should never be this one-minded ya kwamba mtu akikuja hapa na idea kama wewe unataka kwenda street, unatuforce wote tuende street. No, we agreed that if we can fight this war from every level, from the family level, kama Raymond anataka watu kuna watoi, wewe kuwa na watoi. From the local voting level ni sawa. We vote people who are terrible out. Local, municipality, na parliament level, na ward level ni sawa. Na wenyewe wako na hiyo calling in redemption alikuwa anasema uko nayo you either have it or not. Kama uko nayo wewe enda. Ngendo usimame kwa Dina Kimathi statue huko. Mimi siendi, wewe ishia. Kama uogopi risasi, wewe enda kule risasi. Mimi sitakula hiyo risasi. But at the end of the day, we are doing the same thing. We're pulling in the right direction. That's my really call to action and my last parting shot. Otherwise, nothing. Asante sana. Kawino pia dawa asante sana.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you for tearing me into pieces. But at least you didn't take it away. That you didn't take it from us. That we really had a good time today. It was beautiful, beautiful. And yeah, we give credit to Kowino. And what was that name? The guy from Pokot and everyone else, by the way. It's been a really beautiful space. At that point, I think I was waiting for you, Doc. I knew you were going to sweep the floor with me. Thank you for dragging me all the way out. I would like to request Risasi to co-host for his friend.
I want to say something. I want to say something too before I forget on my Dr. James Anachia. Kuna mtu nimesikia akiongelea about opposition will join government and all that. Ladies and gentlemen, and again, this is my take as Kowino. Any time tumeenda kwa ballot wakati wa election, there has never been a ballot paper called the opposition. Just vote good leaders so that you don't blame the bad leaders that you elected for not being kept on check by the good leaders that other people elected. There is no ballot paper called the opposition. So there has never been anything called the opposition. Kila mtu anawezataka kuwekwa serikali. So don't vote bad leaders, then you blame the good ones that other people elected for not holding yours accountable. That is how we change the country. But don't say opposition, opposition, opposition. We've never voted for people called opposition.
Have you landed, Kowino?
Hii yangu inakuanga kama baiskeli, unaweza shika tu break mahali popote, hizi ndede.
Nilikuwa tunataka kuambia daktari, wajua dawa jeuri ni kusudi. Tupatane next space. Shukran. It's been real. Thank you.
Nothing yo. Before you go. Unajua, it's like using bombastic words on your grandma who doesn't know English. Sasa umetumia methali mingi na mimi sielewi hizo vitu umesema. So it did not land. Hebu jaribu tena.
I'm not going to repeat that. Lakini tutapambana. I thank you guys. You guys are so addictive. Today was such a beautiful, beautiful energy. The DMs are lit and everybody is saying, oh, this has been beautiful. It has kept me going throughout the day. I've shared a lot of those DMs with your very able host with a very beautiful sense of humor. I thank you, everyone, anyone who feels offended for anything that we said. Like everyone, like what Doc was alluding, we don't have monopoly of knowledge. I've seen someone trying to, I'll not say troll, but it looks like you're trying to troll. We don't have monopoly of knowledge. If anyone did, then we would be. But because we're all trying to do the best we can, I think it is important for us to to acquire some level of tolerance towards each other. It doesn't make you bigger than anyone else when you want to tear other people down. But then again, if that's your thing, we salute you, we respect you, but also allow other people to stand on their grounds respectfully. That is what the spaces are about. It's about brotherhood. It's about Kenyans for Kenyans. It's not about tearing each other down. I know we cannot avoid it because we are different. We respect it, but you don't have to push too hard for a reaction. We thank you. I thank you guys. Daktari, tutapambana.
Mimi niko sawa, as long as napambana na wewe na si Kawino, mimi niko sawa.
If Kawino is your threat, basi nitani tutakuvuruga naye.
Sparks, ni aje? Mimi sijasikia hizo vitu. Sparks.
Hey, comrade
Safi
vipi?
sana rada.
Sherehe iko wapi mazee? Tupige sherehe. Hii vita tumepiga sana. Yaani nimejipa mazee.
Hizo ndio vitu daktari anataka kusikia.
We are the real heroes mazee. Nafaa tupige kasherehe fulani mazee tuweze kujilipa kiasi turudishe
Pigie
mwili.
mwili pole.
Mazee, we deserve that mazee. Kawino,
ambia watu wa send funds bana. Mimi msitumie pesa. Nasikia kesho Kawino alikula pesa account hii, ulinunua mzinga gani?
I remember the first day tuki-engage na Kawino, watu wa JKA walikuwa wamegoma, nikatoka at around 10 na nikajifanya ni kama nasindikisha mtu anaenda majuu, and I got myself into JKA ndani. Little did I know that asubuhi watu wangeweza kuaccess JKA ndani. So nilikwama ndani, so I let the vehicle yenye tulikuwa nayo ikatoka nje ili silipishwe ile macharges wanalipisha pale. So I was inside JKA huko ndani, kina Kawino wakakuja asubuhi, hata kufika pale Mlolongo ilikuwa ni issue. Walitoa mataa mazee kwa barabara, wakiona mko watu kerende hivi, kuna group inakuja wanawaibia masimu. Na remember hapo hiyo junction ya Nyayo Study na kuteremka hapo ni Enterprise Road kuingia hapo Inda na kurudi hapo juu Milimani hapo juu. I think kulikuwa na issue hapo, akina sijui nani alikuwa kidogo aibiwe simu yake hapo hivyo. Nakumbuka ka story ilikuwa hapo, na mimi bado I stood firm na nilimaintain na nikabaki JKN ndani mpaka karibu last minute. Tulikuwa hata paka wanajaribu kutufukuza ndani, tutoa huko ndani, na tulikwama tukakataa. So ilikuwa that bad mazee, but wale walikuwa nje mazee walijionea. Ilikuwa rahisi, ilikuwa mbaya. That was the time walianza kuintroduce magoons wa kuencounter ile movement yetu ilikuwa tunajaribu kupush. So walikuwa jaribu kufanya ni kama sisi ndio tunajaribu kuleta vurugu, tunaleta shida, sisi ndio wabaya. And those people were paid pale hapo Uhuru Park, na wakakuwa instructed, wakaambiwa and then directly mwendo kwa watu fulani. Imagine, inaniuma, we lost people were shot, people were abducted, and the people who paid, wale walikuwa wana sponsor magoons, walionekana paka gari zao. There was that guy who vied for GMCA who was seen hapo Uhuru Park akijaribu kubribe watu, kupeana pesa, kupeana instruction. Hakuwahi shikwa, hakuwahi ulizwa kitu. So bazee, we were fighting against a big monster yenye imagine tukiwin hivi we deserve thumbs up mazee. Tupewe kasherehe kiasi mazee. I don't know sijui nani ama tujipee si wenyewe, but we still have a big fight ahead of us mazee, so we are not relenting, and it's just the beginning. Nioni tunasema sasa at least we have achieved something and we are good to go, so we are stronger than before. And I would encourage more comrades tuendelee kabisa, madhem. Watu wengi wamefinywa, wamepotea, wamenyamaza, but sisi bado tuko tuna push on, tuko tu, unaona zile vita za kitambo za Vietnam. Tulikuwa napata wale watu wamegongwa, lakini unapata a few people wamebaki, lakini wameisha, but they are still pushing on. So that's the spirit, mazee. We should continue the same spirit. Hii nchi ni yetu, hatuna ingine. Tukiacha watu wachache wanajifanya hapa, sijui wako na pesa, sijui wako na magari gani. Hizo gari ni zetu. They fail those guys with our money. So once wakitoka kwa hiyo serikali, hata hizo gari they cannot even service them. Hawezani pesa hawezi, they can't. So this is the time we should show them that we are the owners of this country and we are the taxpayers. Pesa watu wanatumia, hizo nguvu wako nazo ni zetu. So tukiwanyang'anya wako tena. So please, I'm happy, but then I've been following sana. Kila kitu inaendelea, but nikasema wacha tu at least niseme kitu tu mazee, at least watu wasikie tu wenyewe, nisikie furaha niko nayo. But that guy should not take credit of US indicting this guy, this corrupt guy, this Indian guy, for him to cancel the deal. No, we demonstrated. He killed us. So that should be the reason why he canceled that deal. So hawezi sema siji US. So who is US? US no, hakuna mtu aliua Muamerika hapa. Unapata sasa. So hiyo ndio kitu hata I tweeted immediately wakati alisema hata lazima hiyo TV juu. I just wanted to get a glimpse of what he wanted to address us about. So immediately, but mzuri anaingia tu kwa trap tu, akaenda haraka sana, akasema tu something yenye inaniguza. So immediately I switched that TV off and I went back to space na nika tweet something, kwani lazima tuue wangapi ndio aweze kucancel that deal, ama mtu wa nje lazima agundue ubaya wa mtu tunapinga hapa kwetu ndio aweze kucancel that deal. So sisi we are not real Kenyans. Hatuna akili ya kawaida ya kureason ya kusema this deal is not good for us. For must go to cancel the deal. So we have so many questions about hiyo mambo yake ya kucancel that deal, but tutamuendea. By the way, we shall go for him. Akitoka hapo ataturudishia watu wetu wale aliangamiza, aliumiza, and mabaya yote alitufanyia. By the way, itabidi tu atufai kuwa na hako ka spirit ka kusema tu tunasamee, oh he's a retired, oh he was a president, oh no. This is the time now we shall be going back one by one and we ask you, what did you do good for us? Okay, we were demanding this and you retaliated this way. So was this necessary, or is it fair if we charge you for what you did wrong? Whatever you did right was constitutional because you sworn and you agreed and you abide by the law that you'll do what you're supposed to do. But whatever you did wrong, we should hold you accountable for that. So I think it's high time now we are supposed to show these people now that whatever they do wrong will come against them, so that the upcoming leaders wasifuate the same nyayo ili waweze kufanya the same things wale wengine wamekuwa wakifanya na washughulikiwi na waguzwi. Unaona, so they feel that they have that immunity, power, money and everything that they cannot be touched. So we should be going back for them so that they can pay for the wrongdoing they did when they were in power. So guys, I don't have much to say. I'm just happy because our treasure is back, which is JKIA, the one we fought for. Tulipigania zaidi sana. And I remember that boy who was from CG, where that boy Eric Omondi took to school. And he was that vocal about that thing. Okay, I'm not sure whether he knew what he was talking about. Maybe he was influenced, I'm not sure, but he was that young boy who was vocal on the street and was a street boy. And alikuwa akiongelea imeuzwa Adani nini. Ningependa nimpate penye yako nisikia anasikia aje. Kama mimi nimesikia hivi sijui amesikia aje basi. So it's that good feeling of getting what you treasure most back. That's all guys. Mimi niko hapa. Mimi naitwa Sparks. Hiyo ndio jina langu najulikana naye. Akina Kowiro tumeshinda nao huku. Mtu yote anijui, bonyeza ako kakitu utanipata tu, mimi niko hapa tu.
Safi sana Sparks bana. Safi. Nakumbuka hiyo siku bana. Hiyo siku najua ilikuwa very eventful. Hiyo siku ya Occupy JKIA. Shangaza mtu akisema.
Yes, it was that day, Independence Day.
Hiyo siku bana pale Outer Ring Road bana, hao jamaa walikuwa wametukazia sana. Tulikula tia gas mingi.
Yeah, na polisi wako hapo tu. Polisi wako hapo wanaona tu, watakuwa wanarusha tia gas, jamaa anakuja kukuibia, polisi afanye kitu. Tu. So it's like they were supporting the other side, So they were instructed. Watu wakikuja wakifanya kwa pikipiki wanajaribu, but thank God the other team came and fought them hard mpaka wakaona hii mbogi ni mingi mpaka hawezani, mpaka hata pikipiki ya jamaa mwingine ilichomwa tao, but yenyewe wao wenyewe walilipwa nao walielewa, walijua yenyewe hii crowd hawana mchezo.
Yeah, kabisa.
But that's good, that's bad politics, and I'm not happy about it. If you have money, use your money well. Don't use money kwa kujaribu kudhulumu watu wengine. It's not good, it's not wise, and huwa ina feel vibaya sana, because the little you have, you can influence a few people to go and attack other people who are trying to fight for the right thing, and you know well that whatever you are trying kuzuia isifanyike is the right thing. So mpaka najiulizanga, so what are these people, what's their conscience? Their conscience iko wapi? Are they for the evil, for the good? So the money they have, so they're supporting the bad thing to happen. So mi hata nasikanga vibaya.
Sparks.
That's why hata mimi yes.
Hiyo siku moja hata mimi nilikuwa JK. Hebu nikuulize, wewe ni mrefu hivi, wewe ni how tall?
Hapana, I'm 6.5.
6.5. Kwa hivyo wewe ni mtu mrefu.
Wewe mzee unatoshana na height ya goalkeepers bwana. Hata ukibao kutoa amekushinda kidogo tu.
Wewe huyu ananiuliza ni nani? Wewe usikue yule wale watu mnipigie bwana.
Hapana, ngoja nikwambie hiyo story. Ngoja sasa mimi nilikuwa kwa 787 Max. Unajua hiyo ndege? Sasa
hapana, mimi siko kwa ndege.
Ikienda kukuja kwa gate hivi, wewe tulia. Sinafikiria nilikuwa kwa sababu ni mrefu. Sasa ikienda kukuja kwa gate hivi, nikaona msema mrefu hivi amehando huko hivyo ndani. Ilikuwa ni wewe?
Hapana, mimi siko handwa. Ni siko sababu niliingia legit vizuri mapema, hata before hata hao watu wapata intel ndani kutaribika. So hata tulikuwa kwa space hivyo, na vile tulikuwa tunaongea hivi, nikaambia wasee wacha mimi niweze niingie huko ndani nipate exactly what hata ukiangalia zile pictures ma photos zilikuwa zikitumwa ndani, vile watu walikuwa wakifanya wale workers. I was the person, the other guy who was sharing that picture, those pictures. Hata paka vile jam ilikuwa imeshikana ndani mpaka magari yezi ingia na yezi toka. I was the one who was sharing kwa space, because I got that chance to get in before wale watu wakuje wakataze watu kuingia ndani. But mimi sikuanza na
hiyo urefu yote ulitoa wapi? Kwa sababu akina Kowino walibakia Outer Ring.
No, kina Kowino walikuja asubuhi. Mimi hawendi kama leo. Unajua usiku it happened, ilianza usiku kama saa hii.
Sisi tulikuwa foot soldiers wa huko nje bwana. Sisi ndio tulikuwa tuna mobilize huko nje.
Kowino walikuja kama mimi nimelala kwa airport. Mimi nililala ndani ya airport.
Tulikuwa tunafikiria wenye wako ndani watatufungulia gate.
Wakakataa kufungua ili watu waingie. Na ikifika kwa saa 8, saa 6, saa 8, hata kufika Mlolongo si Mlolongo. Kufika wapi hapa? Inaitwa ni hii mambo ya city cabanas, ilikuwa ni shida kufika. Unaona sana. Sasa njaa ilitulemea ndani, hakuna mtu anaingia, hakuna mtu anaweza leta food ndani, hakuna mtu anaweza fanya kitu chochote. Ilibidi tujitoe mguu mazee. Ilikuwa ni kunoma sana. Juu uko weak, hakuna food, hakuna everything.
Nikuulize
Ilibidi
Sparks, mtu
tutoke
kama wewe
sana.
mwenye ameshakuwa maandamano, kwa nini unafikiria jana wasawa kutokea?
Sorry?
Kwa nini unafikiria jana wasawa kutokea? Kwa sababu wewe unaonekana uko na experience hata ya JKIA.
No, mimi nimekuwa maandamano for long sana. Mimi have been a baba supporter for many years. So that experience kwa maandamano mingi sana. Nimekuwa University of Nairobi,
utafanya research achukue
ninaandamana.
Mike akisikia wewe ni supporter wa baba.
Sorry?
Utafanya
No, nimesema I've been.
Utafanya research achukue Mike akisikia umekuwa fan wa baba.
Wacha chukue tu because watu wengi sana wale wako na hiyo ujasiri ya maandamano. If you've not been a baba fan, huwezi kuwa na hiyo ujasiri ya kwenda kwa ground kuandamana. Majority of us tumelelewa na hiyo mambo ya baba. Have been kwa maandamano zote za baba. Except juzi alianza kujifanya hapa sasa anajaribu kusupport huyu jamaa tunapinga. That's when mimi nikamwambia wewe mwenyewe umetubeba ufala, so si lazima tuende your direction. Hata si pia tuko na akili, usiwezi tubebea akili. So maandamano tumekuwa tukifanya na tunajua tunapima. Ni ile tu tunajua sasa hii mambo yetu ilikuwa infiltrated na watu wengine wale hatuelewi, and we had those people who are pretending to be with us but they are not with us. Wanajaribu kupata our intel ili waweze kutuuza vile tunafanya mambo zetu. Unaona sasa? So hapo ndio ilifanya watu wengi wakakuwa na mauoga mingi na nini na nini. The last time the last time kweli ilikuwa ni maandamano gani? Mazee, nilipatikana vibaya sana, hata niliumizwa mpaka nikakaa hospitalized kwa muda fulani. Niligongwa sana na walipata ile mbogi, na unajua ndi ile wakati tulikuwa tukihost watu Nairobi kutoka ma counties. I hosted watu like 20 people. So tukaanza hiyo story sasa tunaenda ma CBT, so nikawaambia mazee, unajua CBD imefungwa. Tuwezi enda na one direction. So wewe chukua Nduthi, nyinyi chukua Nduthi, chukua Nduthi. Na mtu wa Nduthi ujue vile unapenya vizuri. Sijui hata bila hawa watu walijua ruti yetu mazi. Karawa alikuwa anarusha rungu. Na ile rungu yao anarusha nikaa napiga swara. Alitupiga vibaya sana kwanza Nduthi yetu. Na mbogi yangu ingine walipita, mimi alipiga dere kuanguka, walituangukia. Tulipigwa vibaya sana. Ubaya walikuwa nakupiga bata wakushiki. Wakishakuumiza, wakishajua umeumizwa, wakushiki, wanakuacha uende ujitetee huku jitibu. But hizo ni vitu za kawaida tumezoea, si ati nini kushikwa kawaida Central Police Station Kamkunji, si wapi, hiyo haituogopeshi. So hatuogopi kushikwa. But this time imekuwa extreme sana mpaka unashikwa, unapotea, patikani. Unajua this time tulianza hii kitu mambo ya X, unajua imeitishia serikali mpaka serikali waliogopa sana, hata wakujua how we manage to organize this maandamano na ikakuwa successful kuliko hata ya mtu yoyote hawaifanya maandamano Kenya. Hii ilikuwa ni historia kabisa. So serikali ilibidi wajikune kichwa sana ili waweze kujua na kupanga, kujua vile hizi vitu huwa zinapangwa. That's why they went extreme sana mpaka kujifanya mpaka wanakuwa masked, wanakuwa kidnap, wanakuwa abduct, wanakuficha. So wakificha mtu walikuwa wanataka kusikia wale wamebaki, they still have that energy to come back, ama pia kushikwa kwa huyu mtu wanaogopa, they fear. Walipata majenzia wagopi hiyo. Kwanza ukimshika huyo sasa ndio wanakuja, wana multiply ama wana triple. Wakasema hapana, hawa watu wamekuja sana. So they went extreme sana mpaka ilibidi walikuwa mtu akikaa na nyonga mtu anafua, wanatupa nini. So hiyo iliumiza ma comrades sana, but I think kuna siku tutarudi vizuri, bado tu unless jamaa change kitu, na hata akichange lazima aende. Doctor Uliza ingine.
Yeah, nimekusikia hata sifikiri umejibu swali yenye nilikuwa nimeuliza actually. Nilikuwa nimeuliza
Hata ndio maana nacheka juu anasema ulize ingine na sijasikia akijibu nimeuliza.
Pole, sorry.
Haya, sasa hebu elewa vizuri. Weka hiyo masikio yako mrefu. Umesema wewe ni 6'6". Kuja chini kidogo karibu na simu. So jana there was supposed to be maandamano on the streets. So my question is, why do you think it didn't happen?
Okay. According to me, it was not well planned. It was not well planned. Most of the people who had been on the front line of organizing mandamanos, the people had separated. The people are pulling different positions. They are not together. So that's one of the main reasons, I would say. And the second one, Gen Z, most of Gen Zs wameshaingiza kale kabaridi ya kupigwa na polisi, kukuwa abducted na kuuawa. So wako na ako ka fear, they have that fear. Only the strong, wale watu, let me tell you, hii maandamano ingekuwa na vile tulikuwa tukifanya before, we had hata Morara Kebaso was not that vocal kwa hii maandamano. Who is just an opportunist who took advantage of the movement, na movement haikuwa na mtu yule alikuwa anaweza kuwa kakiongozi. The people who led this maandamano mara ya kwanza ile ikapata watu ikavutia watu wa Boniface Mwangi, Eric Omondi was pulling another wing of that maandamano, and there was these people of Law Society of Kenya. No, this guy human something. Wanaitwa nani huyu nani? Huyu jamaa huyu Muislamu. Huyu Muislamu anaitwa nani? Amekuwa juzi kwa TV juzi. So these people they were on the ground. Wakisema maandamano iko, wako pia kwa space, then tunapanga pamoja na tutakutana. Ukipata hivyo, mimi ile level yangu yenye niko nayo, level yenye Kowino wako nayo, level yenye Kimuzi, there was this guy called Kimuzi, level alikuwa nayo, level yenye nani alikuwa nayo, huyo alikuwa nani, huyo alinunuliwa juzi ile siku ya Ruto akiaddress majenzi on kwa space, that Osama had a wing of other people, and there was watu kadhaa, tulikuwa watu wengi sana, so ulikuwa unapata kila sehemu kuna watu, kila sehemu kuna watu. So mimi eri penye niko nakuja na mbogi zangu na wale watu nimeongea na wao, wale pia wako hivyo, and they were in one umbrella and we are talking the same thing in one voice. So ulikuwa unapata tukisema kesho ni maandamano, hata kama wewe ni Ruto, hata kama wewe ni Raila, hata kama ni nani, tutasema maandamano hakuna. Kulingana vile tuliongea jana na tuja kwa hiyo umbrella yetu, hakuna mtu amepinga, amesema hakuna. Na kuambia kutamka, na remember we were doing this thing Kenya mzima. So sisi tulikuwa tuko Nairobi tumeshika CBD, but kuna wale wanapiga Mombasa, wanapiga Eldoret, wanapiga Kisumu, Kisii, wapi. So penye huko wepiga huko zaidi. So tulikuwa scattered everywhere, yenye polisi hakuna vile wangeweza kujikusanya pamoja waseme let's go fight hawa watu wa Nairobi. Ilikuwa inabidi waweze kudiscipline wa polisi wote kwa kila county. So that was the advantage of that time. But saa hizi vile tuko, serikali imeingia ndani ya watu, wamelipa watu, wamefinya watu, wameshtua watu. Na watu wengi wako na uoga. Wengi sana wako na uoga, hata paka wale walikuwa kwa frontline. But mimi nasema kufinya watu si mwisho. Bado tutarudi tu, hata watapona, hata wakiogopa kuna wale watakuja tu. Sisi tuko tu. Lakini ile tu tulikuwa ni ile uoga bado tu. Mimi I was in town, I work in town. Nasitaki kusema ni wapi. And last time nilisema nafanya airport. Mimi nafanya airport. But ni ile tu hatukutaka ili watu wafanye nini? Hatukutaka tukue exposed sana because tulikuwa kwa hiyo kwa hiyo department yenye ilikuwa inapinga hiyo mambo ya Adani sana. So that's the reason why watu wengi hawakutokeleza. Kuna hiyo uoga, then wale walifinywa na wale walishikwa na wale waliwawa. So bado kuna watu wako na hiyo uoga. Na most of the people wale hawaja experience that, they need to heal. They need kwanza hiyo uoga iwaondoke ndio waweze kurudi. But kuogopa imaanisha hawata vote against, hawata vote for must go. They still have their votes, they still have reasons to vote against it. But shida tuko nayo hapa ni nani tutapigia kura. So kwanza ile mjadala kubwa tunafaa juu tumeshajua tayari. By the way, sasa hiyo ndio mjadala tunafaa kuwa tunajipanga nayo, tunajaribu kusell this guy, kujaribu kujua uzuri wake, hata kama si mzuri sana, najua hakuna saa hizi, but we want a person who can remove must go, because we want must go to go. Hiyo ndio kitu muhimu sana, by the way, for us at least tupate watu wetu wale wameogopa wapone kidogo, wafeel yenyewe wako comfortable. We should recruit a person who we feel that can represent us, and we make sure that these guys win. Na akisha win, at least hata kama sipofanya zile matarajio zetu 100% of which he cannot, 70 or 60, 40 will be good for us, at least for a country as a citizen to appreciate we got the change we wanted. So that's what I can say. We don't have a perfect person for now. But
Have you met me Spark? Nini wewe?
But hujajisell. So hujasema your qualities. So
umeniuliza ama wewe uko mambo za kuniambia vile uliingia kwa airport.
If you are a good leader, if you are a leader, you should sell yourself. You should come out, make yourself known, so that we can start knowing you pole pole. Then if we can tap hiyo qualities zako na tuone kama you are that person we've been looking for, then we'll bring you up here, then we vet you, then we start selling you as our candidate. Na but kama wewe umenyamaza na qualities zako, sasa tutajua aje.
Unataka kuniambia Sparks tangu ingia hapa hujasikia hizo qualities zangu za leadership nikikuuliza maswali nini? Look, the book japo ambie huyu mtu. And Raymond wanted to say something.
No, I was laughing at what you guys are debating on, but why, James, you asked why the protests failed, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Now look, you guys, society transitions. Initially, we were small groups of people. The bonds the Rutos had, these Musevens, are not the bonds we have. If you notice very well, the social connections, the love, it's not there. So the reason people get others to riot is they are able to, if you go, I'm like, but if you die, I better come and also die. You get it? It's more of a brotherhood thing that people keep talking about, brotherhood in Uganda, in Kenya, in what. Brotherhood is not possible when you don't have it at small level like communities. Unfortunately, we are in a society which is different. It has technology, it's a global village. We really need to rethink so many things and how they are going to be done. So look, even in America, it was tricky because people are obsessed with national politics and they forget community politics. It was just visible that people don't know what is happening here, behind here. Where I used to work, you would not know what is happening around it until you hear it on news. And then you're like, but how can't I know? You know? So the thing is, the problem is these small groups are gone. We need to bring them back. Me, I'm in tech. and we innovate. I deal with small groups. I don't like these large things a lot because they don't give substance. Small groups, even church should have been small groups, 2 or 3 are gathered. It's where it makes sense. Of course, separately, not here. So the state will always have an advantage every time you guys mobilize like this, and then you go, and then there is even the Gen Z that happened. You know, Gen Zs have one difference with our generation who are millennials. They have strong bonds. Gen Zs are interesting. They have abandoned so much of the things we do, and they choose each other. So that's why they could do what they did. But millennials, to do a protest, wapi? So we need to come to that reality and then figure out what do we do as a society with a society like this, like how it is, what we call normative state of a society, that it's like this. It has Museveni, it has Ruto, it has, so what do we do? And then we think through, because it has to be processing of very many ideas, and then eventually get to what we have to do. Otherwise, it's going to be a passing wind. And the state is interesting. They will be here listening. They have the resources. They have someone they pay to do this. So it means once we are bringing an idea, it should really be refined and smart, and so that we don't get confused that we went and then they warn us. It's a wastage of taxpayers' money, because every time we go, the state will waste our own money. So it is better to say, if we do an attack, it has to be like them 27 guns. It either works or we die. But these things of this, now you would say, let's use the guns, it can't work, of course. That one is not possible. That's why for me, I believe that if we build companies and families, 20 years later, we would have power. That's the new world now, global order, that you have to have a perspective of a long period of time for you to test power. It's not these quick things, because even if you reorganize, let me tell you, you're going to have a problem with who should lead you. You understand? And the guy sitting in the table might send a friend. Politicians are interesting. Might send a friend. You see a new regime, but when it is not actually a new regime. You understand? So me, I'm honestly, I'm smart. That one I'll not refuse. From my performance and everything, I cycled through so many things for my 36 years.
Okay, well said, bro. But I disagree with you. You should not be afraid to try. How many presidents so far America has? Almost 50, 40 something. Okay, are you still there, bro?
Raymond is not responding, but we're here. We can hear you speak.
Okay, so we should not be afraid to try. If we failed yesterday, does not mean that tomorrow we'll fail again. Even if we fail again, we can also try again. So like now, Ruto just have been in power for like now this 2.5 years, and we have already disagreed with his leadership. So which means we have that capability of changing every time kama mtu hawezi deliver whatever he promised. If he cannot do the work we wanted him to do, we can change every leader whenever we want. Like now, we are just Ruto ako tu kwa age tu ya kutolewa because hawezi deliver. That's why he changed this tune today or yesterday, we can say yesterday, because aliona ground imeshaanza kuwa hostile, so he started changing teams. He thinks the trend of politics in the country is still the same kama ya kitambo. Atakuwa akidanganya watu, akifanya hivi, akikaribia hivi, anachange hivi, anafanya hivi. That's not the trend now. Now we want a leader who can deliver for us. If you say utabadilisha hii. Heri useme moja ama mbili na ufanye, kuliko ufanye useme 20 na hata moja kumaliza ni ngumu. Umenipata? So what I was saying about kubadilisha, tusiogope. Like now, if Ruto fails to deliver for us at the moment, the way he has already failed, let us look for that person who we think can remove him hapo. Aingie, akishaingia, si yeye mwenyewe anajua vizuri sana tumemtoa yule kwa sababu gani. So if he thinks that he will take advantage of the situation, that tulikuwa desperate, hatuna mtu yule mtu anaweza fit the same position, na tukampatia akaona sasa hiyo ni nafasi yake ya kufyonza na kukula pesa, tutamwona tu, hawezi maliza hata miaka 2. We still do the same. That's how America did that long time ago. That's why wameenda all the way zaidi ya miaka karibu 60, no 50, wakibadilisha mpaka wamefika penye sasa wanaonekana ni kama sasa ndio nchi yenye at least iko na maendeleo na iko na democracy na iko na kila kitu, yenye every system ina work. So it doesn't matter hata tukiwa 40 something, before tufikishe hata 60 tulikuwa badilisha hao wote, na tayari tutakuwa tukiwakata na tukiwakata, na yule mtu atakuwa akifika hapa atakuwa akiogopa akijua yenyewe hapa ni kumoto, so nikiingia lazima nifanye mazuri. What is failing us now in the government now, in the leadership we've been electing now, we don't have that a passionate leader who is willing to implement our constitution fully. Menipata? So they want to make that katiba iwe na nguvu kidogo, wao wakuwe na nguvu. We want that katiba ikuwe more superior than the president or any other leader yule anaweza ikuwa elected, ili for us, ili kitu iweze kwenda vizuri. Ndio in case vitu zinafanyika kama hizi zenye kina Ruto wanafanya, tunaweza wa hold accountable, but they don't want to implement that katiba. So if we get that person yule anaweza implement this katiba fully kabisa, ikuwe full na ikuwe na hiyo nguvu inafaa, tutakuwa tumefika hapo penye tunataka. Hata people wanakuwa afraid, wale watu wanaona yenyewe wako na hiyo kanjia kabaya wa kutafuta njia ya kukuwa president na wataweza kudeliver, wataenda kuiba, hawataweza kuvai for that position, because they know the law iko more superior na iko na nguvu, hata akifanya nini bado watafuatwa. So we should look for that good person, that good leader who have that passion for the country and is willing to implement that katiba in full, na make sure push all parliamentarians waweze kusupport na waweze kukua ni wale watu wako na roho ya kuongoza nchi, si ati wale watu wanataka tu kujificha nyuma ya tent hapo wakijaribu kufunika katiba hapo kando, wakifyonza pande hii, wakitoka wanasema sheria iwaguzwi ama nini vitu kama hizo. So if you get that person, hata kama ni kesho, na kuambia Kenya ita change kwa dunia mzima. I think Kenya itakuwa imekuwa nchi ya kwanza kuchange haraka sana, na itakuwa tuko on the right track. So these are the kind of quality leadership we lack. So mtu yote akikuja akituahidi vitu mingi without hata hiyo mambo ya kuimplement katiba, then bado tutakuwa tunajiingiza tuko shimo yenye hatuwezi jitoa. But for now, what I know now, hakuna mtu, itakuwa ngumu sana kwa kiongozi yote atakuwa akiingia akimaliza 10 years yake. Ruto akitolewa 2027, watu wengi watakuwa kingolewa haraka sana, mapema sana. Daktari.
Nakusikia, asante sana kwa vile umesema. Asante, umejibu poa sana. I think hiyo narrative imeenda vizuri sana. Turudishie host na unalokuwa imeingia hapo, lokuwa jisalmia jamani aje.
Vipi?
Poa sana, mambo hali?
Hali shwari bana. It's been a minute. Nafurahia kuwasikizia bana. Katika hii paruanja ya mazungumzo.
Hapana wewe, rudi kwa Sheng. So umeenda sana wewe.
Niko fiamu kabisa yani. Mambo iko tu fresh, nasikia conversation mazee imeshika deadly pale fresh. Lakini unajua mimi kuna kitu mazee spark na bonga, lakini pia I don't actually agree or conform to it entirely. But in the meantime, kabla niseme reason as to why, let me send my greetings to the short dark man in Eastern Central Africa, the only man who feels Samaki eka vitu in black and white, and that is himself. The Dick Master is called Dixon huko kwao, Skowino. I hope you're doing good, Buddha. Kijana, hold on to the pillows because hauna mtu wa kukushikilia.
No kwadi. Jambo.
Yeah, man.
How are you?
Niko dope mbazenga. So saizi huko kwenye unajua wanasikiza una host space. Unawambia bro, I'm the millionaire on the block. You can call me Kowino. I'm a millionaire. I got a million spams and I got people following me on space. I'm a leader.
Unajua 90% watu wanyoko kwa hii space ya revolution si juu ya hizo vitu zako.
Wacha revolution gani? Revolution but they can revolutionize their panties. But let me tell you the critical part of our whole agenda and these all shenanigans. You know, people kama Sparks alikuwa anasema very sensitive issue. Anasema mambo ya kutimiza katiba. But then we fail to understand that the power deeply lies with fostering institutions to work. Katiba can be followed, but what if that katiba is being followed na unapata the leader that you have chosen bado anaweza weka these guys into their pockets, you know? At the end of the day, then it doesn't yield much. If at all we just had institutions working in their place, parliament can check, put checks and balances on the executive valley, judiciary can play its role. See, one time court of appeal inasema hii na work, kidogo ukienda Supreme Court inaangushwa. So hata hujui which is which. Like unasema from the High Court to the Court of Appeal, this thing is watu wamevote against the people. Then the Supreme Court inakuja ni kama yani inasema nyinyi akili yenu hapa hii Court of Appeal, High Court, nyinyi hamna akili, sisi ndio tuko na akili. So then, we have to work on the vetoing. We have to also put institutions in place. Niliona Mr. Kaunda uongo man alikuwa anasema pale ati hiyo pia na question the old DPP as to why mbona ina withdraw certain cases. And then I wonder nani amekuwa akimake hizi calls for hizi cases to be dropped. So a lot of things in place. Raymond was also saying that initially that we should have a community that is actually focusing on things on the grassroots level and establishing companies. They said something on company. And then I was to ask him, these companies, how do you create them without government putting policies? Because a government is there to put policies that can make that company to be favorable. The reason as to why people actually had a voice to demonstrate, to go, like, to do whatever they did towards that whole Gen Z Maandamano. It was actually echoed through the rejection of finance bill. So that was the first element of rejection. So it was our common ground. Then they went ahead to dissect it, eco levy. They were going to charge things on pampers or pads, and our women there, they want free things, like women also, they want free tag and tax stuff on the other side. Companies were there on untaxed, so we are packaging things, you can't tax on what we are packaging, and so on and so forth. So you see, it was a ground. This is the element that now they had all agreed, this and that. But then can we also get back to ask ourselves, what other common grounds do we have? Because one of the things that is also ailing our country is our big men syndrome. People from your tribesmen. This person says this person says that, and then there is a hoping majority that would actually lie in bed to actually agree because the big man has said. The other time we had issues, our own, the allegedly named conman actually ended up supporting the whole Adani issue, and he also saw what the CS for energy did, and then it was up to twist. What a shame. So that whole shenanigan thing, you are agreeing to something that majority of the countrymen are against. It kind of also tarnishes your whole dignity. And then you get like, we have the people who also ended up supporting that whole Adani shit. Because yes, there are other leaders from their own tribal communities, cocoons, that actually were supporting this whole thing. I think going forward, we should align on fighting for institutional integrity. Our institutions should just do their work. If our institutions will work, then let me tell you, we will have less of things to look for presidency. If you know very well, if you go to court, there is justice. If you know very well you have an issue with a politician, there will be this and that. You can raise a concern against a politician, political angle. We will go for the country. That is me what I believe, and that is what I will always try to agitate against. We just need to have proper institutions in place. People just need to do their work. People just need to be diligent enough. People just need to be accountable. People just need to be questioned. You don't need to be kept at the bay of being kept at the pockets, So that is what will actually make us to yield and forge forward as a nation. And I leave it at that point. Raymond, you can have your quest.
Thank you. You asked a question about companies. Now, the reality is building a company is very hard. Very hard. I'm doing it right now. It's so hard. I used to do a good engineering job with I don't know whether you're around, the one who asked. Oh, he's not around. But anyway, let me address anyway. So I used to work for Uganda Communications Commission, a very good job. And the payment was good, everything was good, the trips and so on. Then I started to feel that I could do more with myself. I felt I knew a lot of things, like anyone here. I argued a lot, I debated a lot. Yeah, Quad, I think you're back. So I was explaining my journey, that companies are hard. And then I resigned to start my company, but I had prepared for like 5 years. When I resigned, I had my savings and I thought they would take me up to May because I had all the innovations done. And May reached and I had no running company of all the 3 I had wanted to start. None of them was running. I'm telling you, it is hard. I became a teacher of the word of God. So I talked to my landlord. Up to now, my landlord just loves me because she saw here Wi-Fi sharing and what and portals and things she had never seen. So she was perplexed by a young man who had a laboratory in his home with my daughter and then my equipment. So she just me. So I started to gamble and beg from friends. I just got an investor 2 weeks ago. No, 3 weeks ago is when I got an investor. We haven't even started. We're in paperwork for one of my projects. All that time I've been a beggar, begging 50K Uganda shillings. You can't imagine. But you see, what is interesting, all things have come on board. All things, they just come. Old guys have started to come on board. Even for my other projects, you started to see them promising. But it's so hard. I don't know how to say it. And that's why I think we need to first marry. Because if I look at my relationships with women, they have really helped me to be resilient. They have really helped me because the mother of my first child really disturbed me. I think I also disturbed her, but I learned a lot. In my second relationship, I again learned so many other things. And then company with its struggles where you just run broke from a very good job as an engineer, and then eventually this thing that is coming up that you start to see and how you survive, it's pure perseverance than like Steve Jobs says. Now, let me tell you guys, the problem is not governance. The problem is people have no jobs. Now, there is only a group of people, it's about 9%. There is a piece I've shared here. You need to check it and know where you fall. Because these things are hard, you need to be with internal passion. If you know you're too argumentative, chances are high you should be building as a company. And when you build it, you employ very many people. Because for me, I have not yet employed many, but you give hope to so many people. So many people, because me, I'm planning to own a tech giant. Now, what if all of us, instead of wasting time talking about Museveni, came to do something? Because it's true, some people will not be able to create companies. That one I agree. But there is a group of people, especially the ones who mobilize things, spaces, what? Those people have capacity to build us solutions from nothing. Because you see, if you look at my innovations, if you look at my Twitter, you will see they are weird, because they are just new. But however, they are applicable to third world countries like ours. However, I have to move them and believe and take risks. Now, because we are weak, we can't take risks on marrying even a woman. We cannot marry. Rather, we cannot create companies. Now we are transforming that into a governance problem. It's true, government has its problem, corruption, etc. But let me tell you, the bigger problem is production. And production should be spearheaded by those who went to school. You know, so if we went to school, are we going to be here talking? Because me, I really felt bad. People who didn't go to school were having more achievements than I did. For example, my mother-in-law, she has a big depot in the countryside, and she would ask me, "But why are you complaining about corruption? I face it here in my depot. I face it every day, and I live with it. So why don't you just build your own things?" And guys, we are elite, we know a lot of things, we are going to be very good at running companies, but we have just chosen to say we're not going to do that. And I think because we fear, we are scared. We are not saying it here, we speak like we are not scared, but the truth, we are scared of doing it. And that is it. And that's why me, I want to convince our president and say, please stop these military hirings. And what? This thing is a different one. It's an emotional issue you need to look at in this youth. They are scared of attempting things because you see, for them, because they had circles, it was easier for you to do things and ride onto your society. Right now, when you start, you are alone. When I was at my workplace, I ended up alone as the one who is saying, let's build companies. I left alone, actually. And I'm the only one doing company in the whole entire place. You understand? So the problem of Africa in general is jobs. Who should provide the jobs? The people, not government. Every time government provides jobs, you're going to have more corruption in hospitals. I need to own that hospital, not government. That's why your government is trying to bring Adani what? It's bringing Indians because Indians can manage things. Us Africans, when you give us the things, we don't manage them. You know, now we need to build capacity as us, but building that capacity of Indians, do you know what it involves? Do you know what I did? I cut off men of my family and relatives. I'm like a guy who woke up and said, I'm not going to move with relatives. I'm going to be, you know, there are many changes I have to make about myself. And those are risky because after making the change, you're like, oh, now what if I get a problem? You see? So we have to make our internal changes. Look at how Indians be, they have a small family. Let's have a small family. They have few friends, But they have, you know, they have configured their life to favor them. They don't contribute for weddings, they contribute for another of them to create another shop. You know, that's how they are coming. There's one I know in our village who started with nothing. And the Indian is big in Hoima, and you can't say, guys, even Ethiopians here, we have Ethiopians here, they are thriving. And we are still complaining that government is not protecting us. So, yes, there are issues with governance, but for me, I think the bigger problem is us, the people who went to school. And that problem is because we were not parented well. We grew up in boarding schools. You know, when you grow up in boarding schools, all you know is winning. You do not know how to tap the potential of another person, to pull up another person. You see, these routers you're talking of, when they are stealing, they steal as a group. They have loyalty for each other. These days, you can look for loyalty as Raymond. You don't see it. It's not there. There's no one you can call and say, okay, let's also form our own gang, and you can't. It is all going to have to be recreated. So please, yes, you can be right, but there is also this reality that our social skills and our ability to relate is not okay. We are lonely, we are stuck with so many things, and in the end, we are pumping these things on government in form of activists, in form of so much. We need to reverse this, because if we lose governance, we are all going to be affected. So if we can sit and clearly see we have done enough as us, especially me, Raymond, look at me. I want you to watch me and Quanta Technologies. Then say, if I didn't create Quanta and employ people, or prepare to employ people because I know I will find a young man having sex in my office, I'm going to chase him out. I'm going to have to sit and parent. I have to know that prior, you know. So, guys, this is the problem. We are 30, I'm 36. I cannot, I don't know, I need to take charge. I need to take charge. There's another theory I will share. It shows what we should be doing at a particular age. At 30 plus, you should be taking charge. For you now, Gen Z things, you're out. You're the one now taking charge of them. When they riot, you're the one taking care of them and bringing them back, you know. But now the Gen Zs, it's like they're also us, they have extended to us who are 36. None of them is pulling up the other. And all that is a president waiting to parent. Parenting is personal. It's what one-on-one. A president is not going to parent. There's no way president can parent. You understand? So if you look at the Maslow's hierarchy, let me conclude with this. It starts with biological needs, then money, then love. The problem is love, because love is not there. We are not married. We are not what? Because marriage is a risk of its own. So in the end, we get stuck there at love. So we are always saying, love me, governments, please love us, give us this, do this for me, do this for me, Museveni. Yeah, Banag. Their esteem needs after that. Now, like me, I don't want to speak love me, because all the girls will run away from me. I want to be a Haji. If I want to marry my 4 wives, how can I start saying love me? Hey, wait, how can I start saying love me when I intend to marry 4 wives? You know, I don't want that. I want to take charge. That's why you won't hear me lament on the space. What? Where would I? Who will even save me? No one is going to help me. Instead, if I stand ground, other people can hold on to me. Now, where are those people? Where are those leaders? You have been talking of Lumumba. I hope this is the guy who talks around. These guys who give speeches and who are professors, they are never good at practical leadership. But if he comes, let him come and try it. In 4 years, will be like Moi. You know what happened to Moi? He became nice,
Raymond.
and then resistance came.
Raymond, answer me this one question, and then we should let Betty talk, because there's a lady
Yes,
amongst
please.
us. We'll be talking too much.
Yes,
Raymond.
man. I was
Yes,
about
please.
to say,
Yeah,
man,
it is.
Heshima, we have a lady in the
Right?
house.
Raymond, you said if you have a company, one day you'll find a young man having sex in your office. Will you fire him or not? Answer me yes or no, and then we give Betty.
Balatasa Ngonga.
I said I parent. I parent.
Balatasa Ngonga.
I parent. Yeah, it's my African. That's why I'm saying the Indian will fire you because he's Indian. Me, this is my Ugandan guy. I have to parent. I can't fire them. And I have to train for that. That's why I need to go through marriage, to go through the tests of marriage, to be able to, because I have to be tried by the drum of a woman. Hey, so when I meet that, I don't have that much pain. You understand? But now we are starting companies with too much pain. Eh? So the guy does the thing, and then you fire, and then you fire the whole company. And then you said Uganda does not want to work. But it's because you are not transformed as a person. You wasted time talking. All the time you were in spaces. You are not practicing. You're not having people around you like a
But
baby,
you've
like a
been here with
wife
us also for 8
to
hours.
experience. No. What I mean is, these are good, by the way. It's one way because you get tested, but the best way is having a family, because that one you can't run away. This one I can run away. I can leave when it's hot, but when it's a relationship with a baby, where do you go? You see, you learn better, right? That's what we are saying. So we are saying people should decide. They should say, marriage is hard, but I'm going to get there, because there are benefits. Even if I fail, it's like I'm adding on my speed limit. So if I fail in the first marriage, the second one I get better like that. By the time I'm on the fifth one, I'm a typical CEO. By the eighth one, I'm a president.
Okay,
I know how to deal with youth now. Yeah, I know.
Let me ask you one question before you go. I know there's somebody coming in. Let me ask you one question, please. What makes you change women? What makes
Yes, please.
get married to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 8 women? What makes you marry all these women?
Yeah, you have to know the two things. Now I have been able to create an ideology out of them, that a human has two forces, the desire and love, right? Desire it works differently. Now let me not go into that, but that's what makes us get money.
But if you are
So we
marrying
work
more
with
than
things
one woman,
to be
you
that.
call it love. Well, if you are marrying one,
No,
that's not love. So remove love there.
no. I'm coming. What I'm trying to say is, now the only way we learn social skills is by experimenting with people. So marriage is an experiment. It's not true that it will work.
No. You are wrong. You're wrong, bro. You are wrong. Okay, what were you doing when you were a teenager before you get into that age of getting married? Then
Guys,
you
this is
come
not,
to
this
Yes,
is not a
a
topic of
good
debate. Let's
question.
let Betty talk, please.
Then you get into that age of the age bracket of marriage. Then you start experiencing women and wasting them at that age. And you know very well, if you divorce her, or maybe if you bear children with her, like 1 or 2, and you divorce,
Yes,
you will
yeah,
get married to
yeah.
another person. Are you wasting them, or what are you doing, bro?
Let me answer that quickly so that Betty comes in. The first mistake our parents did, they put me in a single school for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And when I reached university, I was fearing Betty. So I started to learn women at that time. So by the time I was 25, I was just learning them. I was literally seeing them like men. You see the problem, but what if I had grown up with a parent and girls and what? It would be easy for me. So I had to make many mistakes, but there were not so many. I created mistakes around 2, and then I stabilized. You understand? But then I created for you a way not to make those mistakes. I say it in my ideology, how you can marry efficiently without making these mistakes. Because we need a modern day formula now to solve the problem of marriage. Otherwise, artificial intelligence and sex robots are going to take over. So me, I realized the formula that you see there is actually patterns like we innovate that you can follow and have a partner once and you build it and it works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. But I still disagree with you. Let's just give Betty a chance to speak. But if you have
I'm still
if you
here.
have more time, maybe we can engage more on that.
I'm still here.
Okay, so let's give Betty a chance. Thank you.
So Raymond, thank you. It's Korea. What's your name again? Sorry.
Oh, Sparks.
Raymond.
Miss Sparks.
Raymond, can I ask you a question, tafadhali? So
Yes,
you're
but
blaming the Kenyans, not the government. You're blaming us, but not the government. You're not seeing the bad in the governance. Again,
I'm seeing the bad in the
ask another question.
governance.
Let
Yeah,
me
you're
just ask
finishing.
a question, then you
Okay,
continue.
yes.
And again,
Yes.
can I ask, your company is in Kenya or in
Yeah.
Uganda?
In
In
Uganda.
Uganda.
Uganda. Kenya have not yet reached
In,
that level.
in
Yeah, I would be
Uganda,
very rich.
thank you. So,
That's a good
do
question.
you know
Yes.
how long does it take to start a company in Kenya? Do you know the processes? You have to bribe your way to start a company in Kenya. Do you know that? Before you blame the Kenyans for not starting something for themselves.
Yes.
Do you know how
Yes.
many taxes are taxed before we start a business? A small business, a vendor, a person who is vending vegetables out there. Do you know how much that person pays?
Mm.
No, you can't know because you haven't started anything in Kenya. Before you blame us, the government is sucking us. The government is milking us. Okay.
Uh, let me start with the one of governance. First of all, our countries are poor countries. You see, Kenya has your budget, national budget is about $25 billion. Uganda is $12 billion. NASA, a space agency in the US, 1 out of 400 agencies, has
Sorry,
the same
can I
budget
cut you
as your
short?
country.
Sorry. Can I cut you short? We are not poor. Africa, we are not poor, but we have poor mentality. And what is dragging us behind?
Yes. Yes.
It's the poor governance. And people who are in power are milking us. Instead of building something for us, they're putting everything in their pockets. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, now you're right on that, but we need to begin with the reality that our base is small. Okay? And that's why I keep saying, should we focus on corruption or production? Yes, we have thieves and everything. You see, we have thieves and everything. And let me introduce you to another concept, Betty. Imagine you have one boda,
But
and you
not
ride it
imagining.
yourself. No,
But
no,
now
I'm
we are
just
not
bringing.
imagining.
I'm bringing a real example in life, like what
Okay.
my mother-in-law told me about corruption.
Okay.
That because she didn't go to school,
No,
and I was
whatever you are
perplexed.
saying is the imagination, but Betty is
Guys,
talking about
let's do this. Let's just let Betty ask the question. Let's not talk over each other. Let's just give Raymond his time to answer, and then Betty will rebut, and then Sparks will come after. Raymond, please.
Okay, Betty, let me finish. You see, imagine you have one boda, and I'm going to use Uganda shillings. It gives you 50,000 shillings. You when you're riding it.
Okay.
When you get a second one, and you give it to your sister to ride, does she give you 50,000?
Sorry?
Imagine you have
Okay.
a boda. It's yours.
Okay.
You ride it, you make good money, 50,000. Huh?
Okay.
Ugandan, because now it will not be contextual. So 50,000 shillings, and then you make a lot of money and buy a second boda. Then you give it to your sister. Will she bring 50,000 like you make?
No, she won't bring the 50,000.
Why?
Definitely, she have to pocket some money before giving you the money.
Yes, that's what my mother-in-law told me, that we live with corruption because even your own sister will never perform. Now, government works with layers upon layers. You see, we have a president here who is powerful, but even him, he can't control it. Even if you're a dictator, you'll have to come to terms with that. That's why you see, even me, I said, when I have employees, expect some to have sex in your office. That's corruption. You see, the modern world, we are living like things should be given to us, and therefore we work with theoretical limits. We don't work with reality. Like, you don't look at your government like it is run by humans. Ruto might be a thief, yes, but even me who was working in UCC, I was partially a thief. I'm to blame. So that chain called government is tricky. The only way we solve governance is if we make it smaller. We take over its services. Now, for example, doctors, instead of doctors moving around making noise that add us more money, what? They should be working together to build clinics and then push our health centers so that government stays with major hospitals. Government
Raymond,
will move, but now there are no young people like me and you to face the wrath of creating a hospital.
but let me
None
ask you
of us is creating. Yes.
let me ask you a question.
Yes, Betty.
Am I supposed, the government, the reason why we elected the government is to give us good education, good health center. I don't have to build a health center when I have the government. Why do I have to elect the government? But I have to stay alone. Why don't we, the Kenyans, or why don't we, the public, just build our own hospitals, our own schools, our own? Because now, but we elected the government to do this for us, to give us good education, to give us good. But let me ask you, Raymond, were you
Yes,
there
Betty.
during the time of Uhuru? Were you there during the time of Kibaki? During the time of Kibaki, we had free education, totally free education. During the time of Uhuru, he did so many things. But the reason why we are calling out Ruto, he's just telling us lies, total lies. He's just walking around telling us lies, doing absolutely nothing. Now, when he entered into power, the first 1 year he entered into power, everything went up. The dollar went to 200, Bob, right? If you were
Yes.
the dollar went to 200. Then coming this year, the dollar went down. Now Ruto wants to tell us he did a favor. He's not doing us any favor. That is his work. And that's why we elected him. But now he's working as if it's a favor he's doing to the public. It's not a favor. And that's why we are calling him out. And that's the problem with you Ugandans. That's why the Museveni, the Saba guy, have stayed in power, have overstayed in power, ruling you because you were too afraid. Actually, I heard you telling us we are afraid. We are not afraid as Kenyans. You guys are so afraid of them seven. You can't call him out, but now you're blaming people. The
No,
problem
you.
isn't people. The problem is poor governance. I need to have free education. Why do I have to be overtaxed and I'm given zero services? Why do I have to be overtaxed and I'm given zero services? I have to be overtaxed. Yes, tax me and tell me I've given you free education. Okay, I'll be okay. Tax me, tell me I've given you free healthcare. Well, I'll be okay. During the time of Uhuru, the first lady gave the Linda Mama and the heart run something patients. But now the first lady right now, what does she do actually to Kenyans? She's doing absolutely nothing, and that's why we are sad. We are tired.
Betty and Raymond, let me be the tiebreaker here by telling you that I think that actually both of you are right. Both of you are right in this sense. Raymond is saying that once the government provides the atmosphere, Betty, that you're talking about, it's our job as people who are educated to create industries and create employment, and that is actually true. We cannot put everything on business on the feet of the government to do business for us, do every single thing for us. So I think that in that regard, two things can be true at the same time. There's the responsibility of the government, but also there's a responsibility of the people, which Raymond is alluding to. So Sandra, no, not for Sandra actually. Could we give Betty? Betty, could you finish up and land, and then Sandra Pierre Chukwu and then we continue with the conversation. Sandra hasn't said anything. Betty.
I think I can give it to some.
No. Let me say something about what Betty is saying.
Okay.
That's why we are saying compare the two, corruption and production, and then focus, because you can't do two things. Focus, what should we focus on? Is it production or? Now, like my mother-in-law focused on production and made her depot bigger amidst corruption. I think we should focus on production, but also pursue corruption. But corruption, we have said, is tricky because it's within, the moment you work with humans, it arises. So even if you change it, Ruto, the next president, because these things you have been talking about as Kenyans, even us as Ugandans, every year, corruption is a conversation. So we are saying, should we passionately pursue this or passionately pursue private sector and have Indians out? Because Indians are quiet, eating up private sector and taking control of taxes while we are talking about this. You understand? So we want to make priorities here. There's a question you had asked about family. I have forgotten it.
It's all right, Raymond. If you don't remember, let's give
Okay.
Sandra an opportunity so we continue the conversation. Sandra.
Hi, good evening or good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the mic. The reason I asked to come up here and contribute is when I listened to Raymond's conversation or talk about Indians and the government and whatnot. I honestly believe it is, as Betty said, it's totally the government first. The government is the caregiver of its nation, like the citizens. It's a government responsibility to prepare the field for its people. It's a government responsibility to make sure that the health system is working well, the economic is doing well, the judiciary system is doing well. Those things are the priorities of the government, and to make sure that its people, the people of the country, are finding themselves, they're eating, they have the basic needs. So from there, then the people will have everything they need to add in improving their lives. Now, what I found very interesting is when Raymond talked about Indians. One thing, I've worked with Indians for many, many years. One thing that I would say about Indians, they are really, really hardworking people. And a lot of countries, look for them, especially in Canada. I'm currently in Canada. In IT, big companies like IT companies will actually go outsource Indians who are very good in IT or have done IT studies, bring them to Canada to do those jobs. And we know for sure that places like big like Facebook companies or their departments, the big bosses there are Indians, and all of these, even just Twitter here, Google and whatnot. And we also see how Indians are pursuing, how they're really working hard. Like when we see the former prime minister of the UK was Indian, and then just recently Kamala, we know she's half. Now, in regards to African, what is not right about African countries, especially leaders, is they tend to give priority or to prioritize other people from other places, like Indians, like Chinese, like white people. And I think that comes from that uh, inferiority complex, because they think, oh, because they're Indian, because they have a different color, they're going to do well. A lot of the African countries, what they do, they give loans to Indians that they cannot give their own people to start businesses. and then they give all sorts of benefits to these people. And what these people do most of the times is they come to these countries. They would come to Kenya, they'll come to Congo, they'll come to all these African countries. They'll come really poor, but they leave those countries wealthy, like stinking wealthy. Why? Because those leaders in those countries are favoring them instead of favoring their own. So again, this becomes the responsibility of African leaders to favor their people, to give loans to that, like if it's in Kenya, to the Kenyan people, to support them, to lift them up, to make them, grow their businesses, do everything, like reduce taxes on them. Because if you look deep into these things, you'd find that Indians, Chinese are not even taxed as much as the own people of the nation. So this is where their unfairness comes. And now when we talk about corruption, because that was also mentioned a lot here, corruption, places like America, Europe and Canada and whatnot, they're doing pretty well. You may say corruption is there, but it's very, very minimum. So corruption can be controlled. We cannot say that, okay, because African countries are so corrupt and that cannot be controlled. People are just like that. Your sister will be like that. Your brother, no. It's because we are letting it, the leaders are letting it go and not taking care of that. Corruption can be controlled. The only way corruption can be controlled is by accountability, by following where is the money coming from, where is it going. When the people do what they were asked to do, they need to come back and report and say, okay, this is the money that I was given, I did this and this and that. But in African countries, we don't have this. The money will come out, you'll be given to some people, they'll go to do what they have, and then they'll just not be accountable for that. But if every institution in African countries, it being in the health system, it can be in banks, in whatever, if every institution in schools, there is accountability, I think corruption can be really, really reduced in our Africa, like in our countries. So really what I just wanted to add is African leaders are prioritizing foreigners. They are prioritizing Indians, Chinese, and other like Westerners. Here in Canada, for example, yes, Indians are there, but jobs are given equally. If a Canadian wants to start a business, the bank will give them money. They're not going to tax them like unfairly. They're going to tax them equally because everything is structured. Everything is accounted for. So everything will be fair. But in African countries, again, it's the other way around. So I think African people are resilient. They're strong. All they need is just their government to help them out, their government to support them, their government to support their dreams, their government to provide for them. Because it's the government. You cannot say that, okay, I have a child and it's a child's responsibility to, when it's a baby, to feed itself and then to wash itself and then to take care of. No, as a parent, it's your responsibility to make sure that child gets to a level where they can be independent. The same as the government. It's their responsibility to take care of their population until they know that, okay, now this person at this age, they can, they can feed their families, they can do this, they can do that. The healthcare system, we can help them here and whatnot. So everything comes back to the government. Once we have strong good leaders, strong leaders who care about the people first, not about their pockets, not about their families, but the people of their nations, and they do well by them, I think Africa will go forward and everybody is going to be happy. And the money will stay in Africa because these foreigners, when they come, they get the money, they send to their countries, and the money is just going out and Africa is staying poor. So that was my contribution. It's a great conversation. Thank you very much for the mic.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you for joining us. Stay there, stay put. You don't have to go anywhere. I think we're having a good conversation. For those who are joining, welcome to Kowino Space. It's been a fantastic day, really, for the people who are in Kenya and some of us who joined later. We've been having a good time for a very long time now, and thank you so much for coming. Please request the mic. Kowino and I will give you the mic. And we're just continuing, if you to Pole Pole, we're just having a conversation. Sparks, you really liked what Sandra said. Could you reflect on what Sandra just said, Sparks? And then we'll go back to Betty and Raymond.
Oh, I concur with Sandra. Sandra was making a lot of sense. Okay, because I don't want to make that guy feel that he's not a Kenyan, because whatever we are experiencing here is totally different with what he's trying to say, because he's not a Kenyan. we've made so many efforts to change the system work for us, and we are not supposed to be begging the government to do things for us. If we elect you or we do something for the electorates to go there and represent us, so we expect them to deliver, not to beg them. So it's totally different with the guy, what the guy was trying to say, and I really concur with Sandra, and I was really supporting that because I know maybe the system does not work the same with the Ugandan system. That's why the guy was talking that way. But I don't want to. I was avoiding to use such words maybe to make it feel that it's
I think you people are seeing for Raymond. Let me try to explain what he said. And I really understood what he said. No. Let me clarify something, because this is what I heard him say. He said there's two things: there's corruption and there's development. He said he wants to focus on development because, according to him and his perspective, he thinks that corruption is inevitable. Even here in our group right now, there's corruption. So that's what he said.
Okay, let me ask you something. Who is corrupt? Kwanza? Is it a normal citizen or a Mwananchi representative in the government?
That's easy to answer. It's us. We are corrupt first, so the government is a representative of us.
No. Okay, listen now. In our system now, so who are we fighting? We are not fighting ourselves. We know we are not stealing anything. We are not stealing anything because we don't have that thing to steal. Those people above there, they're stealing from us. So the resources.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Sparks, you're understanding me. You asked me a question and answered it, and I want you to really follow easier. What I said is this: that the people who are in office right now, they did not come from Jehanamu. They have just came from Kenyan population. They're just us. This holier than thou person that we are thinking about, even Jichopevu, when he went in there, he just became another one of them. So the point is this: that until we change the cultural fabric of who we are. I'm sorry?
Jichopevu was like an angel when he was elected. I remember that.
That's my point. And when he went in there, now what does he do?
Okay, so this guy was, okay. I get your point now. But I think we are not supposed to reason that way, because we've gone far long beyond that. And I think when we are making a decision on the ballot, you or me, okay, let me not talk about you, me. I trust the person I'm voting for, because the agenda is bringing to me, is selling that agenda to me, is giving me hope for tomorrow. So it's like already known my problem. So
Sparks,
why should we...
question?
Sorry?
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
Who did you vote?
I voted against Ruto. I was not for Ruto.
And you voted for Raila?
Sorry?
And you voted for Raila?
Definitely, because I've been voting for him. I wanted the change he's been advocating for some years. I can say that.
Now this is where we go wrong, right? Because now you voted for Raila. Unfortunately, Raila joined the government and betrayed the citizens, right?
Okay, yes. Okay, so okay, so I know Raila, I know what Raila has been doing for all these years. It's not the first time he's doing this. And
but okay, me I would not vote Raila if he were to vie in the next elections. But let me ask you guys, do you guys want to tell me that if Raila had not joined the government, sai angekuwa mtu mpoa sana, angekuwa like mungekuwa mna feelings on your side? Because literally no one has ever elected Raila to be president. But do you guys want to tell me that if Raila had not joined Ruto in this government, sai bado standing angekuwa Raila is a good person?
Okay, what I can say, Raila is because amekuwa kijoin my governments. So we are not focusing on the implications and the hardships the guy has been going through. Mambo ya kufacilitate machama zake na campaigns and everything. So maybe the guy anakuwa desperate na anaona kama, hey, me, this thing I've been doing this, but people are not supporting me. So how do I get my funds back? So the guy maybe has been getting trapped with the government yenye iko, ananunuliwa, anapewa hizo vitu, but tumempatia nafasi, if the guy angekuwa to prove wrong. But let me not say that because I'm not him. Amefanya makosa, makosa ni makosa, so hiyo ni makosa yake. Okay, let me say this. Raila has been a good champion of change in this country, vile amekuwa akiongea, but we've not given him a chance to prove us wrong or right. Hiyo ni makosa yetu. We should get that, we should carry that as a mistake, na ni makosa yetu, na tujilaumu si wenyewe. Tungekuwa nafasi kama ni miezi mbili ama mwaka moja, miaka mbili, kama Ruto, kama saa hizi Ruto, this is the first time Ruto amepewa, tungekuwa tumesha judge Raila tuseme no, it's good or bad. But we've been voting for him, not getting that chance, and we've got fed of him. So now we are blaming him now. So yeye pia is a failure like us na other leaders.
Sparks.
Because of that chance, yes.
Let me actually give you guys a quick direction, Betty. Because there's only 5 of us, 6 of us talking actively. Just talk with awareness. Jibu tu haraka haraka, and then you let the other person go. It just becomes conversational. So just take 1 or 2 minutes, you answer, and then we go. So Betty, and then we just keep going like that.
Thank you. In a minute.
Okay, Sparks.
Yes.
I just want to spark a question. Tell me the government that Raila haven't run. From Kibaki, we had Mkatinusu, right?
True.
Yeah.
Uhuru, we had handshake. Sindio, tulikuwa na handshake.
Right.
Yeah, Uhuru. Yeah, during the time of Kibaki, it was Mkatinusu, right?
Yes.
And right now, they're with Ruto.
Yes, that's what we believe. That's what we believe.
Thank you. He have been into government. Whatever you're not seeing is Raila runs his own interests. He gets into the government and he just keeps quiet. If he was on the interest of the people, of the common mwananchi, he could also get into the government and point out all the mistakes in the government. Right now, he was supporting Adani, actually. He was supporting Adani.
But Betty, let me ask you something. Okay, on this, by the way, for the record, I'm not saying this because I'm a Luo. People mistake me for these things when I ask.
Okay.
Who told Kenyans that kulikuwa na pesa ya Eurobond imeibiwa?
That was him. That time. But when the government...
Just wait. It was Raila, sindio? Watu wakasema anasumbua serikali ya Uhuru aache ifanye kazi. Who told Kenyans Atur Margarian and Sargarian wameingia Kenya?
It was Kibaki.
Was it
Kibaki
Raila?
was in power and is the same guy who exposes those people. The same guy, yes, true.
NYS scandal.
Rao.
It was Raila.
Now we cannot say it is one because I said Eurobond and you said that was him and it was once. Now it's not once. But when he said these things, tulisema anasumbua serikali. Now when now ameacha kusumbua serikali is part of it, we are still blaming.
In fact, Kowino even give them even the most recent one when he was starting to say about Beyaunga. Siniali and the story.
But you can imagine. But
Kowino, can you give me a chance with Betty? Then we finish. Then you take.
Okay. Let Betty finish. She was saying something. Okay, I just wanted for the record, to be factual, even if maybe to to be realistic and factual on some of the things we accused these people of. But go ahead, Betty.
Okay, whatever I'm asking is, well, he did go to call out the government, but immediately ameingia the government, he's supposed to go on with his work if he's doing this for the people. And of our call out, actually, he joins the power and he forgets everything, actually, right? I know, sijasema ni mbaya na sijasema ni mzuri, and haven't said any government is good.
I don't apologize. Uko na point hapo.
Just like government
So, Betty, ulikuwa unanijibu. Okay, so ukifuatilia nyuma my conversation nikianza, I told you I was a diehard of Raila Odinga. And I've been voting for him, and I believed in him because I knew he's the only guy who can deliver this country from the problems that we face now. So I've been doing this for many years. At the moment as we speak, I'm 40 now. So now I'm just doing that because so that you can believe the struggle we've been through hapo nyuma tukipita. Raila has been opposing government. He's been tricking all the government, including Moi's government, because anajaribu kuinfiltrate aingie ndani ni aweze kupata kugeni watu, atoke na watu aweze kubadilisha serikali kwa ile inatakikana.
The only time,
Sparks.
the only time Raila worked, it's during the Moi's time. Hapo naweza mpea flowers. I give him his flowers, although small, but we read.
He joined Moi too. He joined Moi's government too, and he was given a ministry for, it was energy, but it was hizo zote zimekuwa zake zote za kuingia ili aweze kusoma serikali vile ilivyo na aweze kutoka kuwa more superior na watu wengi aweze kubadilisha serikali na zote going to work. So you can't blame Raila now because Raila amejua ni serikali saa hizi. Hii ni trick yake, amekuwa akicheza politics zake akijaribu kujua vile anaweza badilisha hii nchi. You cannot fight with the sitting government. Inakuwa ni dunia mzima, is impossible. So ni sisi ndio wabaya, we owe Raila Odinga apology because this guy has been advocating for us.
You
Raila,
see, Sparks.
Election gani? Just what, let me finish then we tumalize na hii maneno. Let me tell you, Raila amekuwa na jina, hata ukiangalia mgongo zake zote, amebeba blame zote ya master ya maandamano. Hakuna serikali maingia Kenya bila Raila kwenda maandamano. Na watu wanawawa, and he's been fighting for the people because ameibiwa, watu hawajapata haki, watu hawajate, hata serikali yenye imeshaingia is not delivering zile ma promises zile ilikuwa imeahidi. Raila has been on the ground trying to mobilize people ili watu wa fight for their rights. Kila serikali. Sasa hatuwezi tukasema ati sababu Raila amejoin Ruto ama alijoin Kibaki. Kibaki alijoin Kibaki sababu sababu yetu, because people are fighting, people are being killed. So he sympathized the people and they joined, they said no. Pana hii vita ishe, watu waache vita na. So nusu mkata hii kwa kupenda kwake alilazimishwa because they won. Kulingana na mimi, I'm not saying you. Uhuru Kenyatta the same. Uhuru Kenyatta si watu wamesumbuana, ameua watu. Uhuru Kenyatta aliua watu wangapi kwa maandamano? Hata Ruto hajaua watu. If you were there, Ruto hata hajaua watu. Uhuru killed people kwa maandamano mbaya sana. Ukikumbuka watu wa business community, those people call themselves business community, infiltrating demonstrators in Nairobi, killing people, doing such things. Maandamano bado hata abductions ilikuanga, watu walikuwa kipatikana wamewawa sijui mambo wapi, Yala River wapi. They abduct people in Nairobi, they dump people in Nyanza ili kuonyesha Raila ndiye anaua watu pande ile. So I'm not just saying that Raila ni mzuri, but what I'm saying, Raila has been consistently fighting for the right of the people. That's the point, and I'm doing.
I think what Betty is trying to say is these are humans. They are going to make mistakes. And unfortunately, corruption is one of them. So now, what is if we are to sit as intellectuals, because you see at intellectualism, you're trying to find solutions. You're not getting emotional, what you're trying to find how you solve a problem. And you're saying Uganda is different from Kenya. There is no big difference here. In fact, Kenyans, you perform much better than us. That's why we have many CEOs from that side, or even that's why I'm in a space of Kenyans, because there is no Ugandan space discussing issues. Now, let me tell you, our president came speaking nice things, very nice things. What is he saying now? Even me, I joined marriage speaking nice things. And now I'm a different guy. I'm called Narcissist.
This,
I have a new
this your issue
title,
of marriage is
Narcissist.
cracking me up right
Yeah, it is a reality. You know, there's no difference. I'm going to run a company. Now I'm begging people work for me. I can pay little. When I have dimes and I'm paying a lot of money, you will have to work. I will turn around. You understand? So these realities are human. We transition, we literally grow. Why does this happen? Because of resistance. Humans face resistance. It's a reality. Why we are different. So when you choose to be a leader, you face resistance. And that resistance changes you. You saw what happened with Moi when they tried to assassinate him. He turned around. He wasn't that deadly, but then one action made him change. So what we are saying here is, should we waste time as young people? For me, I feel it's a wastage of time disturbing the state, because the state has monopoly over violence constitutionally. It has all these arms and things prepared. There are guys who wake up every day to go to boardrooms to discuss youth and how to manage them. So all they are going to do is mount resistance. So if we are mounting this resistance, is it worth it? Or we can be part of production and say, we are going to risk to use this, because this is how Silicon Valley was created. There is no difference between what we are doing here and Silicon Valley. The difference is, for them, they did it to build computers, programming, and spend sleepless nights. Us, we are using this to talk about Ruto and a wife. I don't find this of help. So we need to combine energies and create solutions. Because solutions, let me tell you, it's like a cult to create solutions. It's a belief system. So why is it a belief system? Because really you're creating what doesn't exist. You're creating, you're thinking you'll own a huge tower. You're literally crazy. No one believes you. Now, should we spend time on this? Because all the spaces in Uganda are talking about Museveni. Even us who have a typical dictator, we are talking about Museveni. Why would we even waste time? At least for you, you have democratic processes you can discuss. But here, I keep telling them, guys, this is decided. There is no 2026. So now it's taken. What do we do? Let me tell you, when I started to think like that, I was able to create things, create solutions, learn to struggle, but also rescue myself from being a drunkard, because I'm in emotion. I'm in emotion. I have a purpose. I have something to do. Now I'm trying to win over fellow people. Come, let's join. We can create our own Silicon Valley. Other guys were saying, why don't you come this side in the US? That side, they are too slow. And I'm like, no, I can't. I want to be here, and we create our own Silicon Valley. Now, these are totally dreams, but I have seen the power these dreams hold around the people that exist around me. Even when you come to a space to converse, me, I don't have to speak so many things. So, again, I will ask, do we have to focus on production, or keep discussing corruption even when we have changed governments? For you guys, as we haven't, but for you guys, I see you changing governments and you still cry. This one is corrupt. You were so excited about Ruto. There is no one you were not excited. Like, in fact, all of us who were surprised Ruto went through. It was a miracle. Then he was here saying, I hear the word Mama Mboga. What? I don't even know what it means. But you saw Ruto was heaven. Now, halfway, you guys want to get out of the marriage. Now, after you'll get another one. I know Kenyans, you'll get another one, will come. 2028, you'll be on the streets. How are you going to live your lives like this?
Raymond,
Kale. Yes?
can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Do you know this pace is the one that made the finance bill not to go through? The same step
Yes.
have stopped Adani from taking power over JKIA. Do you know that?
Yes.
You know that thing.
Yes, I know. No, let me address. Those are small things in
No, they're
politics.
not.
Your
No, no,
commander
no,
in
No,
no.
no,
chief.
no, Raymond. That is
Wait.
not a small thing, Raymond. Raymond, tafadhali.
Your commander in chief is sitting on a huge budget. Let me tell you, and he's giving concessions as a politician.
No.
And to play more politics on you. Now, let me tell you, it is a win, but we may even argue it like this. When the airport comes, you as a person, what do you gain?
Raymond.
You don't. But if you do production, you gain. Meanwhile, others fight for JK. You can also be part of that,
Raymond,
like James has said. You
Raymond,
can be part of it. But that
let
can't be the
Betty give
core.
you the cultural context of why it's important. Betty Bumpati.
Okay.
Raymond,
Okay.
Raymond, nasikia kujam. Unajua kujam ni nini?
Take him slowly.
Raymond,
yes, please.
Actually, even I'm disappointed. Raymond don't know that's why Museveni is in power. Because if this is our reason, do you know he'll take over JKIA they build using their money, and our generation, the generation to come, when will Kenya have good infrastructure in God? I'm even mad. Can someone take the mic? Because I don't know what I'll tell Raymond.
No, I'm just saying they are stealing much more than that. That's just a tip of an iceberg to excite you.
Raymond, did you just
Literally pull this and do this. That's politics. It's politicians.
Raymond, actually, I get
That's
what
what I'm
you're saying. But
saying.
let me tell you where Betty couldn't tell you because she's so mad. The reason why we're celebrating these wins, number one, the airport deal, and number two, the actually maybe Sandra has because I'm a co-host, I'll let Sandra address you instead. Sandra, go ahead, and then I'll address if you don't address what I wanted to say. Sandra.
Thank you again for the opportunity. I just wanted to answer one of the questions that Raymond is bringing back a lot here about production. Raymond, you cannot have production. For example, I give an example, like if you have a field and you want people to work on that field and all of the people that you want to work on that field for you are hungry, they can do nothing. They don't have the energy, they don't have the power to work. Or for example, if you have a machine, let's say a tractor, and you want to work that field and that tractor is broken, you cannot work, you cannot do nothing. So there is no production without manpower. And when people elect a leader, it means those leaders have to represent the people and they have to follow what the constitution say about each institution. So when the leaders are elected, it's for them to follow through. It's for them to provide to the population what they need in order for them to be healthy enough to produce. You cannot just say production, or even if the government is corrupt, we have to focus on production. It doesn't work that way. People have to be fed. People have to be healthy to work. People have to be strong. People have to have dreams, and you talk about dreams, because a lot of people in Africa have died with their dreams because of bad leaders and poor leadership. There's so many people in graves, dead with their dreams because of poor leaderships in the countries. So people are elected for the people. Like, are they going to have the strength to go and work and produce? So no, the government have to be strong first. The leaders have to be there for the people, and then the people are going to have the energy, the strength, the health to go and produce. So it's not the other way around. If you found yourself, maybe you got some help somewhere, that's only you. Yes, some people can find themselves through cracks, but it's not a lot of people. There's so many poor people there that the government has to take care of them for them to be able to grow and build the nation. So it's not I'm so sorry, but I don't think there's production. Even if the government is bad, you have to focus on production. No, it's the other way around. The government have to prepare the field for the people to work that field and for the people to be happy and continue living in that nation, in their cities happily. I don't know. That's all that I wanted really to add, because you're saying, oh, production. Yes, production is good, but nobody's going to work for you if they're hungry. Nobody's not going to work for you if they're sick. That's really what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Before Dr. comes back, Raymond respond. Raymond, I wanted to ask you something. Maybe we can start from somewhere. We need to find a foundation of this. I agree with you on a lot of things, but there's just a place we parted ways. Let me ask you this
Okay.
one. What does your company do?
Innovation. I have 2 innovations, 3 actually. I innovate, but I innovate products to do with
What products
connecting.
exactly?
Connecting. There is the first one is an ideology called love manual, which is many of the things I'm saying here compressed in one ideology. So that one we can first put aside. The second one is movies Wi-Fi. You see, in Africa, we have phones, but we don't have data to use on the phones. I looked at different markets, but in Uganda specifically, we have 16.7 million phones, and we use 4 GB per user per month. So we can't watch movies on phones, but we have phones, right? So I created a nodes which can, okay, I turned around a movie library, in short. So you have a movie library compressed into 100 terabytes of something, a computer. So if you come to a canteen to eat, you access a Wi-Fi network, then it gives you movies cheaply. So Ugandan shillings of 7,000, you get movies for a week. So you just plug in. So that's a solution I'm going to scale up an entire country and have thousands of nodes and then start dealing with our own content, because I realized our content cannot be sold because you need our people to be online and they are not there. So this is one, the other product. The third one is fiber, Wi-Fi fiber. That fiber is around. We have a lot of fiber, but it's not tapped. So how do we break it into mesh networks, very many, and then scale up? So that is the one I have an investor for that particular one. The others not yet. So something like that, but it's a hard journey because my product was one, which is movies Wi-Fi, by then called QShare, and it gave birth to these others as byproducts. Because I realized I need to be a good manager of people, so that's how I went into philosophy and everything and understanding humans. Then I did a love manual, which I think will be a very good product when understood well. And then this other one was a byproduct because you have Wi-Fi network somewhere. So I have others lined, but those ones have to take off. And then they are running, and then you have to find investors and all things. The hard part of it, to conclude, innovation is easier because you're dealing with machines, but investment and selling to people, oh boy, you're dealing with humans. It's different.
Okay, let me ask you, how much money do you use to open your first company?
You can't even know. It's like companies are like children. That's how we build them, because I took 7 years to design Wi-Fi, movies Wi-Fi. The others were byproducts. So at one time I became so much into philosophy and religious understanding of things and what, because I needed to tune my soul. So I don't know the others, but you can't quantify. You're literally picking money, putting in the lab, doing this, buying. There's a time I bought 5 computers, which I didn't use. And then I had to sell them back at a loss, something like that. It's a journey that I always say is like if I'm going to Kenya, I start moving. And I think we youth, I think that analogy fails, that we need a lot of information to move. Me, I think we move and figure out things on the way. I resigned and got broke and then had to figure out, and I figured out. That was the biggest thing, and I see myself recovering. So it's very hard to innovate.
Okay. Lastly, on my questions, how many people have you employed in your company? So
I have had different people like variating, but I can say now like one. Yes, so I've come variating because of resources, because I need to scale up.
Let me put it into context. I've been asking these questions. Now imagine the
Yes.
situation we are in right now in Kenya. Someone takes 7+ years to trying to start a company, to enter into innovation company. 7 years, and maybe they fail. They have employed one person, and then that thing collapses. That person is rendered jobless. Like, you understand how this is so tricky. So we should all just get into innovation, trying to open companies that could even fail because of maybe finance shortages and all that. And we stop calling out the government for corruption and everything just because it's a bigger entity that we cannot manage to fight and all that. So we should just let it continue swindling money because by the way, last question, how much money does your country lose per day to corruption?
Our country uses, I don't know per day, but we use 10 trillion.
Loses, not uses.
Lose, yeah, I mean lose, yes. We lose 10 trillion per year. That's what I know. I don't know per day. I can't compute per day, but we do 10 trillion.
Is that record in public domain, or that is your assessment?
That is, of course, it can't be my own assessment.
Now let me tell you.
It's OAG.
Now let me tell you about my country. My country loses 2 billion Kenya shillings per day. That is information that the president himself said on 18th January 2021, and just 2 days ago, the cabinet secretary for finance, the treasury cabinet secretary, also said that we've been losing 2 billion per day to corruption every single day. Let me bring it into context. That is Kenya shillings. In Uganda shillings, let me check how much.
No. You can use Kenyan because I want a percentage.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for saving me the journey, because I wouldn't know how to. After trillion, I don't know where we go to.
Yes.
But the point is, 1 billion Kenya shillings. 1 billion Kenya shillings. Okay, we lose 2 billion Kenya shillings per day. But now I'm talking about 1 billion Kenya shillings. If a child is born today, they can withdraw 33,000 Kenya shillings for 83 years every single day. That is 1 billion. Now take it into context. 2 billion Kenya shillings. A child that is born today will withdraw 66,000 Kenya shillings per day for 83 years every single day. You understand?
Yes.
Now that is how much money we are losing to corruption. Now you are telling us we should forget about that money and just try to look for other money and form companies and every that and depend on ourselves. Should not call out the government. Do you see how tricky that is?
No, let's go slow. I'm a mathematician. You said 2 billion in a year is how much?
I'm saying
in a year is how much?
We are losing 2 billion Kenya shillings. You understand?
Per day.
If you are a mathematician, you should be at par with me right now. You shouldn't even take me back. But okay, that's not the point.
No. We are going slow. So 2 billion times 360. Okay, let's do 350 days. That's 700 billion.
Just say 730. Yeah.
Don't say 350. A year doesn't have 350 days. Just say 365 or 364.
Okay, yeah, and I'm trying to do a quick calculation because we're going to play with trillions.
I told you already where it's 730,
Okay,
732.
Okay, 733. Okay, 733. What is your national budget? It's about 3,000 something. What is your national budget?
Around 3 trillion. Is it 3 trillion, Dr. James?
3.3 trillion.
Yeah, it's about
How
that.
much is this billion? I want you to do a percentage of your failures of your government. What is it?
You are the one who is taking me that direction. So do it.
Yes,
Do it.
okay. I have a calculator here. 733 divided by 3300. Your government is 78% successful. That's the same with Uganda. Uganda is 10 out of 45 billion. So that's why we are saying, should we insist on spending time on the 20 that is lost, or
Wait
we
a
can
minute.
boost?
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Are you really serious that you're going to tell people that they should forget about money being lost through corruption and focus on doing companies? Like, are you really serious at this? It's
No,
5 or
I'm
3 in the
saying,
morning. Like you're saying, we should forget
where do
about
you
money
put your
being lost
focus?
through corruption and focus on constructing companies and employing each other.
No. Before even companies, I'm saying if your country performs at 78%,
you think it
you
does?
no,
Because
wait. You were in class. You used to do
wait.
physics.
No,
If
I'm
you
not
got
in.
78,
No, I'm not in
okay.
class right now.
Okay.
Relax.
Okay.
That percentage will not be done by a calculator like that. Now, if it's losing 2 billion and the budget is this, and that is how
No,
it's
you
done.
gave me figures. Mm-hmm.
You understand?
I'm listening.
If you
So
go to
78% is what
listen,
Uganda succeeds at.
Listen. Now I understand why Betty. Now I understand why Betty
Mm.
was saying this is why you people have Museveni for a president. Since you
No, we are
born.
scoring. It's not even about Museveni. It's about you and your ability to build things and wasting time.
No. Government
Good.
Government itself should make that environment conducive for you to form those companies. You understand?
Let me
take over government.
Let me add here real quick, Raymond. Allow us to school you why Kowino is refusing to leave this at calculator. He's refusing to leave this at calculator because of this. Right now, if a lady is bitten by a snake, a stupid black mamba, this person is going to die in rural Africa.
Yes.
If the same thing happens in a country, listen, hey, you relax also, you're in class. If this same thing happens in a country where things are actually running, this person will be saved because they'll be rushed to the hospital, there'll be medicine in there, nobody will have stolen the money at some point. Do you get? This is why we're clamoring about this issue, corruption. It's important to us. We cannot just say, oh, because it's 78% now we're okay. No. There's ramifications to this. You go to the road, police have eaten money, the government has eaten money for the road. The road is terrible. You're traveling with your family over Christmas, you all die because some pothole was hit and the lorry lost control and hit you with your whole family. This is the repercussion of corruption we're talking about. This is why Kowino is pushing back and saying we cannot stop at calculator, Kowino.
Yes, exactly my point. Raymond, have you ever heard
maybe
the prime minister of UK being referred to an hospital in Uganda to come and get treated there because he's sick?
No, I've never.
But your president can go to get treatment in UK when he's sick.
The daughter gave birth in where? I think UK.
In Kenya?
Sometimes in Kenya.
Now listen. Now that is an indication of systems that are not working and of corruption. Now let me tell you, let me bring it into context even further. In Kenya, we have hospitals named after prominent people. We have Jomo Kenyatta Hospital, we have Moi Referral Hospital, we have Mama Lucy Hospital. Let me tell you, Mama Lucy was the first lady of Kenya. She had never been treated in that hospital until her demise. In fact, she died in, I think, UK. If you go to this hospital that is named after First Lady of Kenya, no one, even in their family, can get treatment there. We have an hospital named after the first president, and his own son cannot get treatment there if they are sick. They would be referred into other countries that has better medical facilities. And these are the things that we are talking about. This is why today I put a tweet that if we want to change our, listen, just listen now.
Okay.
Now, if you want things to be taken slowly, you mute your mic and now you just listen. Now, the medical facilities in this country are just wanting. If you go to a normal dispensary, you'll be just given painkillers. There is nothing. They'll just tell you it's normal. If you go to that Mama Lucy, you can literally die on the floor because there is no medication, there is nothing. And we have people that we've elected that are supposed to maintain the status of these things, and they are not doing it. And now we are supposed to leave that to them and go and form our own clinics, like you said in your first submission. We go and start our own clinics and let government pump money into those. Relax, just relax. I'll give you time to respond. If you check at these MPs, presidents, and everything, civil servants, public servants, all their medical covers, their insurances, only treats them in a private hospital that has everything they need. And if they cannot get it there, they can be transferred to India, UK, Germany, all those other countries. What about the normal mwananchi that uses these dispensaries and these normal facilities like that Mama Lucy and all other hospitals? I heard the other time they wanted to name another one Mama Rachel Ruto for doing nothing to the country. Now, if you come here to this place and tell us we should just let these people do these things the way they want. Number one, if we have to change things like medical facilities, all these medical covers for public servants and civil servants, they should only be limited to public hospitals, especially from their respective constituencies, wards, and that. President akiwa mgonjwa atibiwe huko kwao Sugoi. It will make them now maintain the structures and those facilities. Other than that, if you want to leave this to be just a calculator thing that 78% is working, so we should just sit and relax, then my friend, maybe you should find a Uganda space that people agree with that. But here in Kenya, we cannot accept that. We are going to keep our government accountable. Dr. James, back to you.
You promised Rick,
No, I
Raymond
have to
an
address.
opportunity. Go ahead, respond.
Yes. Let me address. Now, the things you're saying are true. We have the same issues here, and that's why the two countries, all East Africa is almost the same issues. Now, there's something you guys have not noticed. We are in what we call the information age. I'm a telecom engineer by profession, so we took a lot of things to do with communication. Now, look, it is so easy today to say people are dying. Many people I meet are stuck in the people are dying. I always ask a question, you in your life, who has died or who is dying? And honestly, people have almost no answer about it. Because there is no one in my life as myself, my hobbies, my what, guys are alive. Okay? But there is a sense I had years back when I was still on Facebook and so on, that people were dying. What was messing me? My phone. My phone was showing me problems of my country only. That is how I had configured it. Right now, it's not configured that way. Let me finish. Let me finish. Please, let me finish. I let him finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
SCT. Let's give Raymond 2 minutes. He lands and then you take
Let
over.
knowledge not scare you. It's called cognitive dissonance. I'm going to type it here.
Okay, Raymond, cognitive. Land in 2 minutes and then we continue the conversation.
Okay, good. Now, what I'm saying is, what makes a human being in Kenya perceive 22% loss as nothing? because it's purely, if you talk to a youth, I listen to spaces, it's like it's all gone. And then when you give me figures, you have a 78. Yes, it is true, it is bad, but you see, it affects your soul because innovation is about faith. It has nothing to do with your money. It has nothing to do with your status. It is faith. It's just like the Bible preaches. It's like the Quran teaches. It's your optimism, your power to push through life. Now, how are we going to build things when we begin by breaking our backs, our souls? In fact, if I were running a government, I would be happy. Why? You just break them with information. They break themselves. They keep with a negative soul. You're done. You don't need anything else to win a next election. Guys, we need to liberate ourselves in terms of optimism by being realistic. Lastly, I think governments have their own issues. If they are bad, we go there and run the government. It's not easy. If we fail to run, let's go to private sector and do the private sector things. They are going to be hard. Everything is going to be hard. Life is hard by design. It's not going to be soft in any way. But if we begin by breaking our souls, guys, we're not going to go anywhere. That I tell you. Okay.
Many thanks. SC News, Betty had her hand raised. So let's give Betty an opportunity real quick and then SCT News will take over. Betty, please.
Raymond, so many questions for Raymond. Because now he is telling us that people, so many people, he have no one who have died. Do you know how many patients are dying due to lack of better facilities in the hospitals? Do you know our Kenyatta hospital, the level 5, the biggest Kenyatta hospital? Kenyatta is the biggest hospital that will be referred even from the private hospital. But you go there, they have very poor management. Do you know that? And you're telling us you're not supposed to call the government. When will I, another person, another mwananchi, hold hand and create a facility money? No. We have to call the government to build these facilities for us. We have to call the government. We call the government because they were passing the financial bill for themselves, not for the common mwananchi. And we called them. And what did they do? They dropped the financial bill. You can't understand this, Raymond, because I'm repeating this. That's why Museveni is in power for so long. Because you people are living life like it's not a rehearsal. We are living, this is a life we are living. It's not a rehearsal. If we make a mistake, we are running this mistake for generation and generations to come. And we can change this mistake with our generation. That's why we are calling the government not to pass the generation and other generation the hardship we're experiencing right now. We have to call, if they have the bad governance, we have to call them. They have to give us good health care. I don't have to create my own health care and have a government in it. Do you know in Gulf, Middle East, you go, as long as you are a citizen in Middle East, you just walk in a government bank and they give you a loan to start something. In Africa, they don't give you, you must be a civil servant. We can't all fit in civil servants to be civil servants or to be in those offices. Do you know in Kenya, JKIA, they have a private wing for the government only. So they'll not have to, they actually don't experience, when the rains are so many, they don't have to experience that. Only common mwananchi will experience this. But Raymond, we want us to just keep quiet because we are losing 20%. Do you know this 20% can give us free education? The 20% you want us to assume can create a good facility for chemotherapy. For those patients who are going through chemotherapy, they don't have to go extra on their pockets. but this thing is draining us. Chemotherapy is draining us, but the government can set aside the funds. Actually, Ruto just told that he said how much for femicide. The amount he could set aside for the chemotherapy patients. I don't have to go to Uganda, or I don't have to travel to South Africa, or I don't have to travel to India to get better healthcare when I can build the better healthcare in my country. That's why we are calling the government. We don't have to assume everything. In our country, to start, even the mama mboga. Do you know what the mama mboga is? The lady who is selling kiosk tomatoes and vegetables out there, but the lady is paying tax. And the tax, we can see where the tax is going. We have poor infrastructures. In the hospital, our dispensary, whatever you're giving, it's Panadol. I walk into our dispensary, and the other expensive medicines, they will refer me to their chemist to go and buy them there. This is how corrupt our government is, and you don't want us to call out the government.
We Betty amewaka hapo sana. Betty amesema kimo inaingia watu kwa mfuko, which is very true. In fact, I want to pivot this question. Thank you, Betty. Did you have something else to add?
No, thank you.
Asante sana. I want to pivot this thing back to actually something that Raymond had said, but I want to bring it back to our discussions, Kenya-based discussions, ambazo sio about corruption peke yake. SCTNEWS, Raymond earlier on made this remark, and I want you to reflect on it and then add your own perspective about everything going on in Kenya today. He said that what is the relevance of he belittled, basically his insinuation was that the Adani issue with the parliament, with the airport cancellation was not a big deal. It was one very small thing of many things, and we were very quick to say that was a big deal to us. And then number two, he said that the finance bill, again, in the context of everything the government spends and does, it was a small deal. And I was quick to mention that for Kenyans, it's a big deal, or there's a relevance to it. So, SCT, could you remark to that and then add other perspectives that you have? Thank you, SCT News. You say that there is public property and the public property needs to be sovereign. I agree with you, and I think that's really where the Kenyan people's hearts are. Betty, I see you've raised your hand. I want you to address this question as you continue the conversation. What did the failed finance bill and failed Adani deal mean to you as a Kenyan, Betty? The relevance of that.
For me, to start off, kwanza the finance bill. The finance bill, the first thing, the reason why I never advocated for it, it's because it was overtaxing the chemo patients. We know how the cancer drains the patients. Also on the diaper issues. Already washatoa linda mama. Then they overtax the diapers. Well, how do they want the middle? Is it middle? Ama yule mwananchi wa chini. How do they want that person to survive? Surely, people like students in those remote areas, they until now they have a problem of sanitary pads, towels.
Internet yako inasumbua sahi Betty, sijui kwa nini.
Tell
Umesonga
me
mbali na choo kwenye ulikuwa.
you come in and nisikiza, unanisikia?
Sahi iko poa. So, rudi karibu na choo hapo kwenye ilikuwa inashika vizuri.
Saizi unanisikia?
Sahi iko viti, ongea.
Okay. Now imagine already those students in remote areas, they've got a problem with sanitary pads. Then you come, you overtax the sanitary pads. You've already created a problem over a problem when you are supposed to solve the problem. Again, the Adani deal with the JKIA, it's just like your home. You know, if I come to your home and it's a private sector, you'll just tell me you're trespassing. So if the Adani take over the JKIA, they'll just do whatever they want because it's a private property. Well, else it's supposed to be a public property. They'll overtax. No one will ask them. If they tell you you won't travel, you won't travel, it's their property. And that's why I was so mad at Raymond telling me that's a small issue. That's not a small issue. It's a very big issue that is affecting the country. Thank you. Sandra.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Betty. I have a problem when Raymond seems to be okay with the loss of money. And he says he's a businessman. I've never seen, believe me, I've never seen any business person being okay with losing money. If you have a company, you should not be okay losing money. Now I understand why he has just the one employee, and he also seems to be okay with his employees, to do inappropriate
Easy.
stuff at his
Easy,
work.
Sandra.
What
Let's
kind
move
of
away from
leadership?
Raymond.
Yeah, what
Let's
kind of
talk about this
leadership
other
is that?
stuff.
Let Sandra
What
speak.
what kind of leadership is that? Like, if you're okay with people doing inappropriate stuff at work, and then you can never be, as a business person, losing money. It's a big deal. Why? Because you think about, if you're renting a place, you think about, oh, where's the money gonna come from? Do I have enough? Well, you look at your budget. When you're losing money, you go straight to your budget. Do I have money to pay my employees? Do I have money for maintenance? Do I have money for this and that? You can never say, and it's not even 1%, it's a lot of money that the government is losing, that, as Betty says, it can help. And I think Mr. City News, or SCT News, says this money can do a lot of things for the people. When we talk about healthcare, and not only healthcare, in Africa today, it being in Kenya, Uganda, we know that there's so many schools that lack a lot of things that they need. Like, there are no benches, there are no boards, people are sitting, like students are sitting on the floor. That money could help. That money could help pay teachers. That money could help buy books for schools, library for schools. We know that a lot of schools in Africa don't have libraries. So yes, that money can do a lot for the population, a lot of for the people of that country. So you can never be okay with the company or even the government losing money. Because if you're a business person and you're okay with losing money, now I really question your business. I really question your business, to be honest, because I've never seen any business person at all being okay with losing money. So that's what I wanted to say, because when you're saying, and you're trying to justify that by calculations, no, it doesn't work. When you're losing money, you have, because every person who's into business wants to make more money. We know that. You have $5 today, you're starting with $5. By the end of the year, you want to end up with $1,000. And if you're starting with $5 and by the end of the year you're ending with $2, then you know something is not okay. And for you to be okay with that, I question your business. Thank you.
Sandra, thank you. In fact, I want to force us to go away from Raymond's remark and make it about Kenya. Go back to our issues that we're talking about, because I think that we're beating a dead horse at this point. We all disagree with that take as Kenyans and as people who are on the mic right now. So let's move along with the conversation. So, Sandra, I actually want to wait, Richmond, Raymond, because
You have
I really don't want us
misunderstood me.
to dwell. I don't want us
I
to
think
dwell on that
you
topic
have
too much.
misunderstood me. No, I need to clarify because you
Okay.
misunderstood me.
Okay,
Because you
me or
can't,
Sandra?
all of you.
Okay, then 2 minutes and then we continue.
Yes, I gave you an example that you can have a feeling people are dying, things are in shambles simply because your phone communicates to you. It gives you information about all accidents happening in Uganda. So your perception will change that people are dying of accidents. If you were in earlier times without a phone, the phone wouldn't do that. So the phone has contributed to your perception of feeling that we are in doomsday, it's coming to an end. As innovators, we preserve energy. So we want to be real. So what we do calculations. That's why I had done the one of Uganda. And I knew how much is lost. So when I know it is 78%, I don't react like if it was 10%. So from the reactions of fellow Ugandans, it is almost we lose everything. When we do this calculation together with them, they are like, hey, wait a minute. We were even having a 78. So I was shocked to also have a 78% here. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying, guys, life is hard. It has hardships. It had everything. If you're going to choose to break down your soul, it is the best way to sell yourself to a government. The best way is to manage your energies. I'm not saying these wins are not their gains. I'm only saying a lot happens during governance and less is revealed because governments work secretively. They don't work like this. Lastly, for Sandra, who is saying, my dear, it's not easy to build things, be it a family, be it anything. That's why we keep saying walk and start moving because of the so many challenges that happen. Now, there is what we call prime moving. Who should prime move? Who should move first? Me and you who can speak English, who went to school. Don't expect those people there down. By the way, we work for those people. When I'm doing whatever I'm doing, I work for other people. At heart, I'm deeply connected with people, spirits, in terms of the heart. I have a big heart myself around here. So what we are doing is we are saying what works. Is it you spending time on this, or come, let's craft companies. It's hard, but why don't we do this? We can even do both. There is no problem. Unfortunately, we are not doing both. We are only people talking about, and these tools are lying to us. We think when I come on social media and express I have done something. No, that is the way to move, Ruto. So what we are saying is what works. Let us do what really works. Let's build the things as small as they are and also be in this because we are not actually doing the building.
Raymond.
We are not. Yes.
Sorry. Let me
It's okay.
interrupt.
It's okay. Mm-hmm.
What if our parents, our great grandparents could not fight for our independence? You know we are fighting for our independence here. Do you know that? What if they never fighted?
Okay.
What if they never fighted for our independence? We could be still.
Yes. Can I come in? Our grandfathers did what we call political revolutions. I typed that. That's done with guns because we are groups of tribes who don't agree and religions which don't agree. So the only solution is guns. Now, they did their part. I even have something on my Twitter with a rocket showing they did their part. Our part is not going to be guns. Let me finish. It's going to be information and then consequently innovation. It's going to be these debates you're seeing us do here, win over each other and create systems and create things, not in governance. Governance will be improved as a consequence of us having a private sector. That, like the US is. The US has a very huge private sector compared to it. These Elon Musk, they went and did these things. I'm reading Elon Musk's book. It's hell. It's hell. He went through pain to do what he did. So we need individuals who want to go through that journey and employ.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa, ukapatia nchi, ikuwe inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Soundcard Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Soundcard Talk.